This audiobook reveals the hidden laws behind wealth creation that few ever discover. In this journey, you won't just learn about money. You'll learn how to command it, magnetize it, and expand it effortlessly. Reality bends to energy, and by the end, so will your financial destiny. In the dimly lit streets of Venice in 1484, a young merchant named Luca paced outside his counting house, watching the moonlight ripple across the Grand Canal. His ledgers were full, his coffers heavy, yet a peculiar unease gnawed at him. Despite all his wealth measured in gold ducats, he sensed something deeper, something beyond the metallic shine and numerical sums. Late one evening, an old spice trader named Amir, who had traveled the Silk Road and seen empires rise and fall, sat with Luca over steaming cups of saffron tea. With a knowing smile, Amir leaned in and whispered a truth that would alter the course of Luca's life forever. Gold is not wealth, coin is not money, money is not metal, it is energy, it is motion, it is spirit made visible. At first, Luca dismissed the old man's words as the ramblings of a world-weary traveler. Yet in the days that followed, he noticed the truth of Amir's teaching unfolding all around him. Ships laden with riches returned empty when fear ruled the traders' minds. Meanwhile, modest merchants who moved boldly and joyfully saw fortunes blossom from seemingly nothing. Money, he realized, was not a static possession, but a living river, flowing in accordance with the energy it encountered. Across the ocean, centuries later, a young seamstress named Eleanor worked tirelessly in the crowded textile mills of Boston. Her wages were meager, but her spirit was rich with warmth, gratitude, and creativity. She treated every penny she earned as sacred, not because of its material worth, but because she saw it as part of a larger current, a greater dance of energy that responded to her reverence and joy. Eleanor's humble beginnings blossomed into a thriving dressmaking business, beloved by all who visited her tiny storefront. Without investors, without patrons, without the approval of society's elite, Eleanor rose, not by grasping at money, but by flowing with it, by becoming a vessel through which wealth could joyfully move. You see, the greatest illusion humanity has fallen prey to is the belief that money is physical, heavy, separate, something to be earned, hoarded, or lost. But the ancient secret is this: money is not an object. It is not coins or notes or figures on a screen. Money is a concentration of energy. It moves to and through individuals based on the frequencies they embody. It responds not to effort alone, but to intention, emotion, and belief. When you recognize this truth, everything changes. You no longer chase money, you channel it. You no longer fear its absence, you trust its flow. You realize that prosperity is not a number, but a rhythm you can attune to at will. Money flows to those who embody expansion, generosity, certainty, and joy. It retreats from those who radiate scarcity, fear, or grasping. The ancient practice is simple yet transformative. For the next 7 days, treat every interaction with money as an interaction with energy. When you receive it, do so with gratitude and openness. When you spend it, release it with joy and trust. Observe how money begins to move differently in your life. Watch as opportunities, gifts, and unexpected flows begin to appear, not as accidents, but as reflections of the new energetic relationship you have chosen. You are not a servant of money. You are its conductor. Begin now. In the bustling streets of New York City in 1927, a man named Samuel Turner sat behind the mahogany desk of his modest insurance agency. Day after day, he watched wealthier competitors seemingly conjure success out of thin air, while his own fortunes remained stagnant despite tireless work. His suits grew more threadbare, his advertisements more desperate, yet prosperity remained elusive. One evening, as Samuel nursed a cup of black coffee at a corner diner, an older gentleman approached him with a curious glint in his eye. Without introduction, the man said, "You are not failing because you lack opportunity. You are failing because you are tuned to the wrong station. Wealth is not out there. It's vibrating within you, or not." Puzzled but intrigued, Samuel returned to his office and sat alone with his reflection in the dusty window. He realized that beneath all his striving, he carried a silent expectation of struggle, a deep certainty that success was something distant, difficult, perhaps even undeserved. His outer world, the empty office, the unpaid bills, the dwindling clients, was not an accident. It was a mirror, faithfully reflecting the low, doubtful frequency he held inside. Across the ocean, a young woman named Isabelle Dupont walked the lively markets of Paris. She had no inheritance, no formal education, and few connections. Yet she radiated an unshakable inner certainty that she was prosperous, that life favored her, that money and opportunity naturally flowed her way. Without advertising, without pleading, opportunities appeared. A flower vendor offered her free space to sell her handmade scarves. A patron commissioned her designs for a theater production. Isabel's financial reality blossomed not because of external advantages, but because her internal frequency was tuned to abundance, not scarcity. You see, reality is not indifferent. It is a faithful mirror. It reflects not what you say you want, but what you consistently hold as your energetic truth. If wealth feels distant, it is because your internal frequency has not yet tuned to it. If scarcity persists, it is because your dominant vibration is still entangled with fear, lack, or unworthiness. No amount of external effort can overcome an internal misalignment for long. You cannot outwork a frequency mismatch. You must become the wealth that you seek. Every thought you hold about money, every emotion you entertain about wealth, sends out a frequency that the universe mirrors back to you with exact precision. Hope tinged with doubt creates sporadic results. Bold certainty creates consistent flow. Indifference to your wealth frequency leaves financial reality to default settings shaped by old fears and inherited beliefs. The ancient practice begins with awareness. For the next 7 days, observe your internal dialogue about money without judgment. Catch every fearful thought, every limiting assumption, every emotional contraction around spending, earning, or receiving. Then one by one, consciously rewrite them. If fear says, "Money is hard to come by," replace it with, "Money flows to me naturally and often." If guilt says, "I don't deserve abundance," replace it with, "My very existence is worthy of overflowing wealth." Watch carefully, for as your internal wealth frequency shifts, so too will the mirror of your financial reality. In the sun-baked streets of Cairo in 1912, a merchant named Hassan Barakat stood behind his colorful spice stall, selling vibrant powders to bustling crowds. Despite his prime location and rich inventory, Hassan's earnings remained modest, while neighboring merchants prospered effortlessly. Each evening, Hassan would count his small profits with a heavy heart, convinced that wealth was reserved for others, those born under better stars, those blessed with fortune he could never touch. One evening, an old scholar purchasing saffron noticed Hassan's gloomy countenance and paused. Placing a hand over the young man's ledger, the scholar said quietly, "Your real currency is not what lies in your cash box. It's what you believe lies in your future." The words echoed in Hassan's mind as he closed his shop that night. Could it be that wealth was not merely determined by goods and customers, but by something intangible? In the weeks that followed, Hassan began observing his wealthier neighbors more closely. He noticed they spoke of money not with fear, but with familiarity. They expected abundance, spoke easily of new ventures, trusted in their own good fortune. Their invisible currency, their beliefs, seemed to circulate faster than any coin, drawing opportunities to them like the desert wind gathers sand. Meanwhile, far across the Atlantic in the emerging cityscape of Chicago, A young widow named Clara O'Donnell struggled to make ends meet sewing garments from home. Her father had taught her to view money as fickle and dangerous, a force that could never be trusted. Though skilled and hard-working, Clara unknowingly broadcasted a deep distrust of wealth. She undercharged for her work, apologized when asking for payment, and silently feared that success would make her a target. Her beliefs, invisible as air, shaped the physical limitations of her life. You must understand, money is not merely the printed notes passed hand to hand. It is energy. It is agreement. It is belief made manifest. Those who believe wealth is good, plentiful, and natural create physical experiences that reflect that belief. Those who fear money, resent it, or feel unworthy of it create experiences of struggle, no matter how fervently they wish otherwise. Beliefs about money are the architecture behind every financial reality. There is no amount of action that can permanently override a foundational belief. You cannot hustle your way past the energy you truly hold. A belief that wealth is dangerous will sabotage financial gains. A belief that money is scarce will dry up opportunities before they can take root. A belief that you are undeserving will repel abundance no matter how hard you work. The ancient practice to shift this invisible currency begins with radical honesty. Write down your core beliefs about money. Not what you wish they were, but what you really feel in the quiet moments. Do you believe money is good or dangerous? Do you see wealth as abundant or rare? Do you associate riches with joy or with guilt? For the next 7 days, choose one disempowering belief and consciously rewrite it. Feel the new belief in your body as truth. As your invisible currency shifts, watch how physical wealth begins to flow in response, as surely as the Nile flows to the sea. In the misty rice fields of Kyoto in 1897, a farmer named Satoshi Nakamura puzzled over the stubborn dryness of one patch of his land. Despite careful planting and prayerful tending, the earth remained cracked and barren, while other parts of his fields flourished with green abundance. One morning, after a heavy rain, Satoshi followed the water's movement with careful eyes. He noticed that where small stones and hardened mud blocked the natural channels, the water could not flow. But wherever the path was clear, the water moved effortlessly, nourishing everything in its path. As he crouched in the wet soil, a revelation struck him with the force of a thunderclap. Water is not selective. It flows wherever it is allowed. Wealth, he realized, is the same. Years later, in the heart of bustling San Francisco, a young bookkeeper named Martha Delaney lived this same principle through her finances. Although talented and diligent, she constantly struggled to get ahead. Money arrived, but then seemed to vanish just as quickly through unexpected expenses, emergencies, or lost opportunities. Martha kept trying harder, taking on more clients, working longer hours, but the more she pushed, the tighter everything seemed to become. One evening, exhausted and desperate, she sat quietly with her ledgers and began to notice something she had never seen before. Her energy around money was knotted with fear, resentment, and self-judgment. Money was not blocked by lack of effort. It was blocked by inner resistance. You see, money, like water, flows wherever there is the least resistance. It is not moral. It is not judgmental. It does not favor the worthy and punish the unworthy. It responds to energy. When your emotional and mental pathways are clear, free from guilt, fear, shame, and resentment, money flows easily, naturally, and often in ways that seem miraculous. But when your energy is blocked by heavy emotions, subconscious fears, or rigid control, money encounters the same barriers that diverted the rain from Satoshi's fields. Financial struggle is rarely an issue of ability. It is an issue of blocked energy. If you distrust money, it will hesitate at your doorstep. If you resent the wealthy, you push away the vibration of wealth itself. If you fear loss, you invite instability. The flow of money into your life matches the clarity and openness of your internal channels. The ancient practice to unblock your financial energy begins with simple, sacred observation. For the next 7 days, sit quietly each morning and scan your emotional landscape around money. Notice where you tighten, where you fear, where you brace for disappointment. Each time you identify a block, breathe into it gently. Thank it for protecting you in the past, then release it with full permission to no longer serve you. Imagine your internal channels widening, smoothing, clearing. Visualize money as a shimmering river, eager to flow to you and through you. As you clear your energy, you will witness the flow principle in action. Money will find you, not through struggle, but through the simple grace of unblocked reception. In the dust-choked streets of Oklahoma during the Great Depression, a man named Thomas Whitmore stared out over his barren fields, his heart as dry and cracked as the earth beneath his boots. Each day he woke with the same sinking feeling, the same grim calculation of what was running out. Food, fuel, time. Scarcity lived in his mind long before it lived in his barns. One evening, as he sat on his porch whittling a piece of cedar, an old traveler passed by, asking for water. Though every instinct screamed to hoard what little he had, Thomas hesitated, then handed over his last canteen. The traveler smiled, his eyes full of a knowing light, and said, "The universe doesn't respond to what you hold tight. It responds to what you trust will return." That night, Thomas's mind wrestled with the stranger's words. Could it be that his focus on loss, on lack, on dwindling supplies was not merely describing his life, but actually creating it? He realized with a jolt that he had been living inside a closed loop of fear, and that if he wanted a different harvest, he would have to plant a different seed, not in his fields, but in his mind. Half a world away in the small coastal town of Amalfi, Italy, a widow named Isabella Mancini found herself facing similar storms. Her tiny bakery, once thriving, struggled to keep its doors open. Every morning she awakened with a litany of worries. Yet one morning, something inside her snapped, or perhaps awakened. She chose, stubbornly and without external evidence, to bless every loaf she baked, every customer who walked through her doors, even every empty chair. She infused her work not with fear of failure, but with a quiet certainty that abundance was her natural state, her birthright. Without new advertising or external changes, customers returned. Word spread. Isabella's bakery became a beacon not because of her recipes, but because of her energy. You see, the first and most profound shift you must make is from scarcity consciousness to abundance consciousness. Scarcity whispers there isn't enough, and you are not enough to receive it. Abundance sings that the universe is limitless, and you are part of that limitless flow. Scarcity sees only closed doors. Abundance sees doors where walls once stood. Until this shift occurs internally, no external wealth can be stable. Without this shift, even fortune will feel fragile. But when abundance consciousness takes root, opportunities, money, and miracles arrive through channels you could never predict. And more importantly, you receive them with ease and joy. The ancient practice to initiate this first shift is radical and simple. For the next 7 days, whenever you feel scarcity, whether about money, time, love, or opportunity, pause, breathe deeply, then affirm silently, "There is always more, more will always come. I am part of an infinite source." Refuse to act or decide from fear of lack. Instead, move, give, and speak as if the whole universe is conspiring to support your expansion, because it is. Watch as reality bends, not because it is forced, but because your consciousness has changed the landscape of your life. In the vibrant streets of Paris in 1922, a young artist named Lucien Moreau spent his days sketching by the Seine, his portfolio thick with unsold paintings. Desperate for recognition, he ran from gallery to gallery, hat in hand, begging for a chance to display his work. Yet doors remained closed, and success seemed to retreat the harder he chased it. One evening, as Lucien sulked by the Pont Neuf, he encountered a weathered violinist playing with serene abandon. A small crowd gathered around the man, dropping coins at his feet. Curious, Lucien asked, "How do you draw them in without even trying?" The old man smiled and said, "I do not chase them. I become the music they cannot resist." The words struck Lucien like a brushstroke across an unfinished canvas. He realized he had been approaching wealth like a hunter stalking prey. Tense, desperate, forceful, but true magnetism, like the violinist's melody, was effortless. It was not about pursuit, it was about becoming. On the other side of the world, in the crowded markets of Bombay, a woman named Anika Patel lived this principle without even knowing its name. She ran a tiny fabric stall, tucked between larger, more polished shops. Yet people flocked to her. Buyers who passed by countless other merchants would turn, almost magnetized, into her humble booth. Anika didn't call out, didn't plead for attention. Instead, she infused every bolt of cloth she sold with love, pride, and the certainty that it carried something special. She radiated warmth, generosity, and joy. And it was these invisible frequencies that drew abundance to her like iron to a lodestone. You see, wealth is not captured by effort alone. It is attracted by energy. Chasing money, approval, or opportunity sends out the vibration of lack, the very signal that repels what you seek. Becoming wealth, embodying the feeling, certainty, and frequency of abundance, sends out a call that wealth cannot ignore. Like a garden blooming in spring, true prosperity draws others not because it demands attention, but because it radiates something irresistible. The universe does not respond to your effort nearly as much as it responds to your state of being. When you move, speak, and think as someone who already belongs to abundance, you emit a signal that reorganizes reality around you. Opportunities find you, connections appear effortlessly, money flows in the ways no amount of chasing could engineer. Wealth is not a prize to be won, it is a frequency to be lived. The ancient practice to activate the magnet effect is deceptively simple. For the next 7 days, cease chasing. Instead, every morning enter the energy of already having what you desire. Walk, speak, create, and rest as the version of yourself who naturally attracts wealth. Do not ask if it is working. Do not watch the clock. Trust the energy you emit. Trust that as you become abundance, abundance must, by natural law, find its way to you. Watch how reality bends, not to your chasing, but to your becoming. In the soot-stained factories of Manchester in 1889, a man named Harold Whitmore labored 16 hours a day at the loom, his hands calloused, his back permanently bent from years of relentless work. He toiled harder than any man he knew, yet poverty clung to him like a second skin. Each night he collapsed onto his thin straw mattress, exhausted but no richer than the day before. One rainy evening, as he trudged home through muddy streets, he noticed a newly opened tailor shop gleaming with warm light and bustling customers. The owner, a former mill worker named Samuel Hart, had once toiled beside Harold, yet now stood thriving. Bewildered, Harold stepped inside, and Samuel welcomed him with a knowing smile. "It's not about how much you sweat," Samuel said quietly. "It's about what you believe as you work." At first, Harold couldn't fathom it. After all, every lesson he had been taught praised toil, sacrifice, and effort as the sole pathways to prosperity. But Samuel's life contradicted everything he had been told. Samuel hadn't abandoned work. He had abandoned the invisible chain of despair that poisoned it. He approached his craft with joy, certainty, and expectation of growth. His energy, not his hours, had shifted, and reality had bent to meet him. Across the Atlantic, in the fields of Mississippi, a woman named Lila Jefferson harvested cotton under the sweltering sun. Her hands were quick, her labor ceaseless, yet her dreams of opening a modest dress shop remained distant. One afternoon, as she rested under an oak tree, she overheard a preacher speaking of faith, not merely in the heavens, but in oneself. Something stirred in her. She began sewing in the evenings, not with desperation, but with a quiet belief that each stitch wove her dream closer. She stopped seeing her work as drudgery and began seeing it as creation. Within a year, her hand-stitched dresses found their way into the Sunday markets, and soon into the finest homes in town. You see, hard work without energy alignment is like rowing against the current, exhausting, frustrating, and often futile. The myth that effort alone creates wealth has imprisoned generations in cycles of endless struggle. Energy alignment, the conscious tuning of your emotions, beliefs, and intentions, turns your actions into effortless bridges to abundance. When your inner state matches the frequency of success, small actions produce great results. When your inner state radiates lack, even heroic effort dissipates into the void. The universe responds first and foremost to vibration, not exertion. Those who align their energy with wealth, who embody certainty, joy, and abundance while they work, trigger invisible forces that multiply their efforts exponentially. Their energy magnetizes opportunities, allies, and unexpected blessings that no amount of sheer toil could generate. The ancient practice to dismantle the myth of hard work begins with a radical reframe. For the next 7 days before engaging in any task, whether big or small, pause, center yourself, feel the energy of success already accomplished. Move from that space. Work not to earn worth, but to express abundance already possessed. Watch how your actions become lighter, your results greater, and how reality rushes to reward not your labor, but your energy. In the winding alleys of Marrakesh in 1905, a young carpet weaver named Amina Khalid sat behind a modest stall, her brilliant tapestries folded neatly on weathered shelves. Each piece was a masterpiece of color and craftsmanship. Yet few customers stopped, and even fewer bought. Amina believed that if her work was good enough, buyers would surely come. One afternoon, an elderly merchant with kind eyes approached and spent several minutes admiring her work. When he offered a generous sum for a carpet, Amina, flustered by surprise, quickly declined, insisting it wasn't worth so much. The merchant smiled sadly and said, "Child, the universe can only give to hands that stay open." That night, Amina sat by the flickering oil lamp, replaying the moment over and over. She realized that while she worked tirelessly to create beauty, she had unknowingly closed herself off from receiving its rewards. Her heart, conditioned by modesty and fear of seeming greedy, had built invisible walls that repelled abundance even when it knocked at her door. In another part of the world, nestled in the gold rush town of Sacramento, a miner named Benjamin Doyle had a similar awakening. After months of grueling labor with little to show, he stumbled across a nugget of gold glinting beneath the riverbed. At the assay office, when offered a handsome price, he hesitated, feeling unworthy of sudden wealth. That hesitation, that subtle contraction, would echo through his future attempts at prosperity. It was not fortune he lacked. It was the capacity to receive it without guilt, shame, or suspicion. You see, creating wealth is only half the equation. The other half, often overlooked, is the energy of receiving. Many dream of abundance, yet instinctively flinch when it approaches. They dismiss compliments, reject opportunities, or downplay their value. They tighten instead of opening, brace instead of welcoming. The universe respects the signals you send. When you reject, deflect, or belittle incoming abundance, you declare yourself closed to its gifts. Receiving is an energy state. It is not passive resignation nor grasping desperation. It is open, trusting, expansive readiness. It says, "Yes, thank you, more please." It does not shrink from blessings or question their worthiness. It welcomes wealth with the same grace and gratitude with which it would welcome sunlight after a long night. The ancient practice to open the channel to wealth is a ritual of conscious receiving. For the next 7 days, accept every compliment with a simple thank you and nothing more. Receive every gift, every kind word, every opportunity without shrinking, without explaining, without minimizing. When money comes to you, whether through expected channels or surprising ones, hold it in your hands for a moment. Feel gratitude surge through you like electricity. Speak silently to the universe. I am open to receive. I am worthy of abundance. Watch as small streams become rivers, as once closed doors swing open, and as wealth begins to flow, not because you chase it, but because you have become a vessel wide enough to hold it. In the dazzling streets of Manhattan during the roaring 1920s, a man named Charles Beaumont rose from humble beginnings to sit at the helm of a growing empire. In just a few short years, he amassed a fortune few could imagine. Yet as the zeros in his bank account multiplied, so too did something else. A restless dissatisfaction gnawed at him, like an unseen moth in fine cloth. Though he had once believed money would cure all his fears and insecurities, he found them magnified instead. His temper grew shorter, his relationships more brittle, and a deep loneliness clung to his success, like a shadow he could not outrun. It was only when an old mentor confronted him with the quiet words, "Money doesn't change who you are, Charles, it magnifies it," that the truth cut through the glitter and noise like a blade. Meanwhile, on the sunlit farms of rural Georgia, a woman named Clara James experienced the opposite phenomenon. After inheriting a modest sum from a distant uncle, Clara chose to invest in her neighbors, loaning seeds without interest, buying milk from struggling farmers, and funding small repairs to the crumbling church. Though her wealth was modest compared to the city's tycoons, it rippled outward in waves of generosity, joy, and connection. Clara had always been kind and open-hearted, but now, with resources to extend her reach, her light grew even brighter. You see, money is not a moral force. It is a neutral amplifier. It expands and exaggerates the energy you already carry within you. If you harbor fear, bitterness, insecurity, or arrogance, wealth will not erase them. It will project them onto a grander stage for all to see. If you nurture gratitude, generosity, creativity, and joy, money will multiply these qualities, turning small kindnesses into legacies and private dreams into public miracles. Many chase wealth believing it will fix what feels broken inside. They imagine money will soothe their anxieties, erase their loneliness, or finally bestow self-worth. But money cannot fill holes in the soul. It can only shine a brighter light on what is already there. Those who wait for abundance to make them happy will find themselves more restless. Those who become abundance before it arrives will find their joy and power multiplied. The ancient practice to align your inner state with the energy you wish to amplify is a simple but profound one. For the next 7 days, live as if you are already a steward of vast wealth. Ask yourself each morning, what part of me would wealth magnify today? If it would magnify fear, tend to that fear with compassion and healing. If it would magnify gratitude, nurture that gratitude like a sacred flame. Choose daily to embody the inner states you wish to see multiplied. In doing so, you prepare yourself to wield wealth not as a crutch for woundedness, but as a radiant force for expansion, creation, and healing. When you become the energy you wish to amplify, the universe will hand you the microphone without hesitation. In the cobbled streets of Florence during the Renaissance, a young sculptor named Matteo Ricci labored for years in obscurity, carving statues so exquisite they seemed almost to breathe. Yet recognition eluded him, and he lived hand to mouth, convinced that fortune favored only those born into noble bloodlines. One evening, as Matteo nursed a chipped cup of wine in a dim tavern, an elderly merchant took a seat beside him, and sensing the heaviness in Matteo's heart, shared a secret that would change his life forever. Wealth, the merchant said, is not found by doing more. It is attracted by becoming more, by becoming the man who commands it naturally. The words unsettled Matteo. In his mind, he was still a poor boy from the alleys, an outsider hoping to be chosen. That night, as he walked the lantern-lit streets back to his workshop, he realized that no matter how skilled his hands were, his identity was tethered to struggle. He did not see himself as a master, he saw himself as a beggar. And the world, like a faithful mirror, reflected this unseen self back to him. In the cotton markets of Charleston decades later, a woman named Evelyn Brooks encountered the same invisible law. She had always dreamed of being a successful trader, yet whenever she approached wealthy merchants, she shrank, her voice faltering, her presence diminishing. Opportunity after opportunity slipped away, not because she lacked intelligence, but because she still saw herself as an outsider peeking through the gates of prosperity. One autumn morning, Evelyn made a quiet but seismic decision. She decided to carry herself not as a girl trying to prove her worth, but as a woman whose worth was already self-evident. She dressed differently, spoke differently, moved differently. She embodied success before it became visible, and almost as if by magic, the world responded. Her trading business flourished beyond anything she had dared to imagine. You see, the universe does not grant wealth based on effort alone. It organizes reality around identity. You cannot consistently create outcomes that conflict with who you fundamentally believe yourself to be. If you see yourself as a struggler, you will struggle. If you see yourself as someone to whom money naturally flows, money will find you. Identity is the tuning fork that sets the frequency of your financial reality. Changing your external world without changing your internal self-concept is like painting over rust. The decay underneath will eventually break through. But when you shift your identity, when you become the version of yourself who naturally embodies prosperity, the outer world has no choice but to rearrange itself around your new vibration. The ancient practice to step into wealth identity begins today. For the next 7 days, imagine meeting the version of yourself who already lives in effortless abundance. How do they move, speak, decide? What energy do they radiate? Each morning, choose one of these qualities and embody it fully, even in the smallest actions. Walk, speak, and breathe as this version of you. Feel it becoming natural. As your identity shifts, the flow of wealth will accelerate to meet the new architect of your reality, the one you have always been becoming. In the sprawling trade routes of Constantinople in 1452, a spice merchant named Yusuf Karim marveled at how fortunes rose and fell like tides. Some traders seemed to prosper regardless of droughts, wars, or shifting kings, while others floundered even in times of plenty. Yusuf, determined to understand the hidden currents beneath these changes, spent long evenings listening to the elders, men whose riches endured across generations. One evening, as the golden sun dipped below the Bosporus, an aged merchant named Elias whispered the truth that Yusuf had long suspected. Gold does not move by accident. Money obeys unseen laws, just as the stars obey the heavens. Yusuf began to observe more carefully. He noticed that traders who hoarded in fear often lost everything in sudden collapses, while those who circulated their wealth with trust and generosity seemed to create endless expansions. Those who blessed their earnings saw them multiply. Those who cursed their fortunes found them slipping like sand through clenched fists. Wealth was not random. It was precise. It moved according to universal principles invisible to the untrained eye. Centuries later, in bustling New York City, a young banker named Eleanor Davis noticed the same pattern amidst the roaring 20s highs and the devastating crash that followed. She observed how those who operated in alignment with certain principles, discipline, flow, trust, and stewardship, weathered storms that obliterated others. It wasn't merely intelligence or opportunity that made the difference. It was an adherence to something deeper, the unseen architecture of financial energy. You must understand that money, like water, like light, follows laws far more ancient and precise than human whim. These laws do not bend for desperation, nor do they punish or reward in the way mortal minds expect. They simply operate without fail, responding to the signals sent out by your consciousness, your emotions, your beliefs, and your actions. The first law is circulation. What is withheld out of fear stagnates and dies. What is allowed to move, to serve, to bless, multiplies and returns. The second is alignment. Money flows easily to those whose inner state matches the vibration of prosperity, certainty, generosity, trust. Resistance in thought or emotion creates resistance in flow. The third is stewardship. What you respect and tend to expands. What you neglect or resent contracts. Ignoring these laws is like trying to plant seeds in dry sand and demanding a harvest. Aligning with them is like planting in rich, waiting soil. The yield becomes inevitable. The ancient practice to align yourself with the laws of financial flow is one of deep reverence. For the next 7 days, treat every interaction with money as a sacred act. When you receive, receive with gratitude. When you spend, spend with joy and trust. When you save, save with excitement for future creation, not with fear of lack. Each act becomes a signal to the universe that you understand and honor the architecture of wealth. Watch as your financial reality reshapes itself, not by force, but by the precise, unfailing hand of the unseen laws that govern all prosperity. In the smoky cafes of Vienna in 1903, a composer named Franz Adler sat brooding over the dwindling attendance at his performances. He tweaked his music, promoted his concerts more aggressively, even cut ticket prices, but nothing seemed to shift. One evening, after a dismal show where the applause sounded as thin as the winter wind outside, an old violinist approached him backstage. With a warm but piercing gaze, he said, "You do not need a new song, Franz. You need a new vibration. The audience hears what your soul sings before they ever hear the notes." Franz could not sleep that night. He realized that though he wrote technically brilliant music, he carried within him a deep frustration, a vibration of failure and resentment that seeped into every melody, every interaction, every invitation. His outer world, the thin crowds, the empty seats, was not punishing him, it was reflecting him. On the bustling docks of Sydney years later, a merchant named Elizabeth Crow noticed something similar in her own fortunes. When she rushed to sell her wares from a place of fear, fear of competitors, fear of scarcity, fear of collapse, she struggled. Customers ignored her, deals fell through. But on days when she moved from a place of calm certainty, trusting in her offering and her worth, the very same market blossomed with opportunity. The goods didn't change. The people didn't change. Her vibration did, and the world reflected it instantly, faithfully. You see, the most fundamental law of wealth is this: frequency first, reality second. Your financial situation is not an accident. It is a mirror precisely calibrated to the dominant vibration you carry each day. If you vibrate in scarcity, worry, urgency, shame, your outer world will echo back more circumstances that match those feelings. If you vibrate in abundance, gratitude, confidence, expansiveness, your financial reality will stretch and bend to accommodate that signal. Many attempt to manipulate the outer world through frantic action, through endless tactics and techniques, hoping to force a shift in their financial destiny. But the universe does not respond to action alone. It responds to vibration. Your frequency precedes you like an invisible ambassador, making deals or breaking them before a word is ever spoken. When you shift your vibration, reality must follow. It has no choice. This is not superstition, it is physics at the level of consciousness. Energy organizes matter. Vibration organizes experience. You are always broadcasting a signal, and life is always answering. The ancient practice to master frequency first is deceptively simple. Each morning upon waking, before touching your phone, before checking the outside world, spend 5 minutes cultivating the vibration you wish to live from. Choose gratitude, abundance, peace, power, and breathe it into every cell of your being. Throughout the day, guard this frequency like a sacred flame. When fear or doubt arises, do not argue with it. Simply return gently but firmly to the vibration you have chosen. Watch as your finances, your opportunities, and your entire reality begin to reorganize themselves around the new song your soul sings. In the crowded streets of London in 1910, a young tailor named Arthur Pembroke stitched away in the back room of a small shop, dreaming of a life far beyond the dim gaslights and worn coats that surrounded him. Day after day he measured, cut, and sewed, believing that only with time and perhaps luck could he escape the confines of his modest existence. One evening, after delivering a particularly fine coat to a wealthy patron, Arthur overheard a conversation that would haunt his thoughts for weeks. The patron, speaking with another gentleman, said, "Success isn't stumbled upon, it's stepped into, like choosing a train at a station." That night, Arthur lay awake with a radical new idea burning through him. What if wealth was not something to earn slowly, but a destination he could step into now? Across the oceans in Buenos Aires, a young woman named Sofia Morales stumbled upon the same secret through different means. As a dancer in a struggling theater, she watched as others with less talent seemed to soar into stardom. It wasn't their skill, she noticed, but their certainty, their energy of already belonging to success, that lifted them. Sophia realized she had been rehearsing not just steps, but a story of struggle in her mind. The moment she decided, not hoped, that she was already a celebrated artist, opportunities erupted around her like fireworks. You see, reality is not fixed. It is layered with infinite timelines, each vibrating at a different frequency, each awaiting your decision to inhabit it. Wealth is not a future event you earn by endurance. It is a timeline that already exists, waiting for you to match its frequency and claim it. Most believe change is linear, slow, arduous, requiring proof at every step. But true shifts are quantum. They happen in an instant, the moment you embody a new identity with unwavering certainty. You do not need to fix your past or toil through an endless preparation. You need only to choose fully, completely, without contradiction, to step into a different reality. Jumping timelines requires no permission from the outside world. The evidence comes after the decision, not before. The moment Arthur began carrying himself with the pride and precision of a master tailor, high-profile clients found him. The moment Sophia danced as though she were already the star, the world rearranged itself to reflect that truth. The ancient practice of timeline shifting begins now. Choose a version of your financial reality you wish to inhabit. Not one day, but now. See it clearly. Feel it in your body. Inhabit the energy of it as you walk, speak, work, and rest. Refuse to wait for external confirmation. Act from the truth that the shift has already occurred. When doubts creep in, smile and reaffirm your choice. Reality must reorganize to match your unwavering vibration. It cannot do otherwise. You are not earning your way to a better future. You are stepping into it by becoming it. Today, this hour, this moment. In the busy markets of Lisbon in 1532, a merchant named Diego Ramos kept a meticulous ledger of every coin that passed through his hands. Yet despite his careful accounting, his fortunes rose and fell unpredictably, leaving him bewildered and bitter. One afternoon, while lamenting his struggles to a passing monk, he was met with a simple but piercing question. Do you record the movement of your coins more carefully than the movement of your thoughts? Diego stared in silence. The monk continued, Your ledger is not the true measure of your wealth. Your beliefs are. That night, Diego sat alone by candlelight, reviewing not just his accounts, but his inner dialogue. He realized he constantly believed himself on the brink of ruin. Every purchase filled him with guilt. Every sale seemed insufficient. His bank balance was not merely a number, it was a mirror, faithfully reflecting the poverty he carried within. In the modern streets of Boston centuries later, a young woman named Abigail Turner found herself trapped in a similar pattern. Despite a stable job and consistent income, her savings never grew. Her financial life felt like an endless cycle of just enough, never more. One evening, while attending a lecture on wealth consciousness, she heard a phrase that struck her to the core. Your bank account is the emotional echo of your beliefs about money. Abigail realized she treated money like a fickle friend, always expecting it to leave. And so, faithfully, it did. You see, your financial reality is not random. It is not determined solely by external factors like your salary, your upbringing, or the economy. It is a living, breathing mirror that reflects your dominant beliefs about worthiness, safety, possibility, and abundance. Money cannot override the script written in the theater of your mind. It simply acts out the story you have unconsciously handed it. If you believe money is hard to hold on to, it will flee. If you believe sudden wealth is dangerous or corrupting, opportunities will mysteriously slip through your fingers. If you feel guilty about having more than others, you will unconsciously sabotage your expansion. Conversely, if you believe money is a natural extension of your value, if you trust it as a flowing, renewable resource, if you feel joy in its circulation, your financial reality will reflect those beliefs with breathtaking precision. The ancient practice to realign your money mirror begins with courageous reflection. For the next 7 days, treat your bank account not as a verdict, but as a teacher. Each time you check it, observe your immediate thoughts and emotions. Do you feel fear, guilt, gratitude, pride? These feelings are your true balance sheet. Choose one limiting belief you uncover, perhaps I am always just getting by, and replace it consciously with a new one, such as, money expands naturally in my life. Speak it aloud. Feel it settle into your bones. As your inner ledger changes, your outer numbers will too, not by force, but by the faithful law of reflection that governs all of reality. In the narrow alleys of Dublin in 1847, a cobbler named Eamon Flaherty worked tirelessly mending shoes for a town battered by famine and hardship. Though his hands were skilled and his hours long, Eamon remained trapped in a cycle of just surviving, never thriving. Each evening he would count his few coins with a heavy heart, feeling the weight of everything he lacked pressing down on him like the cold mist that clung to the city's stones. One night, after losing a rare paying customer to a wealthier competitor, Eamon sat alone and muttered, "There's never enough. Not for me, not for anyone." That phrase, uttered half in anger, half in resignation, echoed out into the invisible fabric of his life, carving unseen deficits far deeper than those in his ledger. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic in the bustling streets of New Orleans, a young woman named Celeste Rousseau found herself facing similar ghosts. Though she had risen from poverty to modest comfort, her mind remained haunted by a deep-rooted belief that prosperity was fleeting and unsafe. She saved every penny, hoarded supplies she didn't need, and moved through life with a clenched fist around her resources. Yet strangely, no matter how much she guarded her money, It always seemed to slip away through emergencies, lost opportunities, or broken trust. It was as if scarcity itself was collecting a debt she didn't realize she was paying. You see, scarcity does not merely describe a situation. It creates an energetic debt that compounds quietly and ruthlessly over time. When you live in the belief that there is not enough money, not enough opportunity, not enough worthiness, you borrow against your future abundance. Each fearful thought, each tight-fisted action accrues an invisible interest, draining your emotional resilience, your creative power, and your financial flow. Energetic debt manifests not just in your wallet, but in your spirit. It leaves you feeling exhausted after receiving a paycheck. It makes you distrustful when good fortune arrives. It causes self-sabotage just when expansion is near. Scarcity is a creditor that demands payments in hope, joy, peace, and self-confidence long before it touches your bank account. True wealth cannot grow in soil poisoned by the constant anticipation of loss. To heal financial deficits, you must first heal emotional deficits. You must stop borrowing fear from the future and start depositing trust into the present. The ancient practice to begin clearing energetic debt is one of forgiveness and restoration. For the next 7 days, whenever a thought of lack arises, there's not enough. It will all fall apart. I can't trust this blessing. Pause. Imagine yourself writing a cancellation notice to that belief. Declare silently, I forgive this fear. I release this debt. I am sufficient. I have enough. I am enough. Each time you cancel a debt of fear, you deposit trust, gratitude, and expansion into your field. Watch as small moments of ease, unexpected gifts, and new opportunities begin to appear. Signs that your ledger, both spiritual and financial, is coming back into balance. In the roaring streets of Chicago in 1928, a young entrepreneur named Walter Green seemed poised for greatness. His small printing business had blossomed almost overnight, attracting clients from every corner of the city. Yet curiously, every time success built to a peak, when expansion was near, when prosperity felt inevitable, something would happen. A bad investment, a costly mistake, a sudden illness. Walter found himself stuck at the same level year after year, as if an invisible hand pressed him back whenever he tried to rise. One evening, over drinks at a quiet tavern, an older businessman leaned across the table and said, "You're not fighting the market, son. You're fighting yourself. Your wealth set point is doing exactly what it was programmed to do." Walter was stunned. He had never heard the phrase before. That night, unable to sleep, he thought back over his life and realized that every time his income reached a certain threshold, the threshold he had once been taught was comfortable, respectable, but not greedy, he unconsciously sabotaged himself. His internal thermostat for wealth had been set long ago, and it governed his reality with ruthless precision. Thousands of miles away, on the Gold Coast of Australia, a woman named Hannah Mitchell wrestled with the same unseen ceiling. Despite her skills and drive, she found herself unable to cross a certain income line. Each time she neared it, unexpected expenses swallowed the excess. Deep down, Hannah realized she carried a story, inherited from generations before her, that people from her background should be grateful for a modest living, and that wanting more was dangerous, selfish, even shameful. You see, just as a house's thermostat keeps the temperature within a narrow range, your wealth set point keeps your financial reality orbiting within familiar boundaries. It doesn't matter how much you consciously want to earn more. If your subconscious identity is calibrated to just enough, it will create circumstances, emotions, and decisions that pull you back every time you rise above it. This set point is not fate. It is not immutable. It is simply the energetic limit of what you have been conditioned to expect, tolerate, and feel safe receiving. Raise the set point and the results must eventually follow. Ignore it, and you will find yourself repeating the same financial patterns no matter how hard you strive. The ancient practice to break through your wealth set point begins with radical expansion. For the next 7 days, choose a financial number that feels just beyond your current identity. Not impossible, but thrilling. Sit with it each morning. Visualize yourself already living with that level of abundance. Feel the emotions that arise: excitement, fear, disbelief. Bless each feeling, but do not shrink. Move through your day as if this new set point were already normal, already deserved. Make small decisions in how you speak, dress, negotiate, give that align with this higher frequency. Watch as the invisible ceiling begins to crack, as new opportunities flow in, and as reality, ever faithful, rises to match the new standard you have dared to embody. In the bustling streets of San Francisco during the gold rush of 1851, a man named Samuel Brooks arrived with nothing but a pickaxe, a pan, and a burning hope. Like countless others, he believed that luck would smile on him if only he tried hard enough. He spent months chasing rumors of rich veins and lucky strikes, following every whisper and promise of fortune. Yet despite his tireless searching, Samuel returned each evening empty-handed, watching others celebrate sudden discoveries. One night, sitting by the campfire with a veteran prospector, Samuel lamented his misfortune. The old man listened quietly, then said, "Luck is just energy disguised. Those who strike gold have already struck it in their spirit." The words puzzled Samuel. Could it be that what seemed like luck was not random at all, but the physical echo of something invisible, something cultivated within? As the weeks passed, Samuel observed the so-called lucky men more carefully. They carried themselves differently, with a calm certainty, an unshakable trust, a magnetic readiness to receive. Their wealth was not stumbled upon, it was allowed, invited, expected. Half a century later, in the crowded textile factories of London, a woman named Beatrice Hargrove saw the same law at work. Though the factory floor was filled with skilled, hard-working women, it was always Beatrice who seemed to receive unexpected promotions, extra bonuses, and timely opportunities. Her co-workers whispered that she was just lucky. But Beatrice knew better. Every morning, before touching her needle and thread, she spent a few moments aligning herself to the energy of success, picturing herself thriving, trusted, and rewarded. Her life unfolded not by chance, but by deliberate, energetic creation. You see, the myth of luck is one of the greatest illusions ever woven. It teaches you that fortune is capricious, outside your control, bestowed on the chosen few by some fickle hand of fate. This belief disempowers you. It blinds you to the truth that your energy is the true architect of your experiences. Luck is not random. It is resonance. Opportunities, wealth, and breakthroughs appear when your inner frequency matches their vibration. Those who seem lucky have cultivated an inner state that magnetizes favorable outcomes. Their trust, their openness, their expectation of success quietly reorganize reality around them. Believing in blind luck leaves you waiting, hoping, gambling with your life. Stepping into energetic creation places you firmly in the seat of power. It allows you to move through the world not as a beggar of fortune, but as a commander of it. The ancient practice to step beyond the myth of luck begins today. For the next 7 days, abandon the language of luck entirely. When something good happens, do not say, "I was lucky." Say, "I was aligned." Before each endeavor, a meeting, a project, a conversation, pause and align your energy with certainty, joy, and the expectation of success. Visualize the best outcome is already complete. Feel the resonance of it humming in your chest. Then act, watch, as fortune ceases to be random and becomes unmistakably the natural consequence of the energy you have chosen to live from. In the candle-lit libraries of Alexandria long ago, Scholars spoke quietly about the mysteries that governed the visible and invisible worlds. Among them was a philosopher named Leontius, who pondered a truth few dared to voice, that wealth was not a pile of gold nor a count of cattle, but a mirror of the mind's own understanding. Leontius noticed that merchants who carried an air of abundance seemed to attract it, while those who grasped desperately at profit, fearing loss at every turn, found scarcity following them like a shadow. In hushed tones he wrote, "Money is not matter. Money is awareness, clothed in form." Centuries later, in the cobbled streets of Vienna, a young banker named Otto Fischer witnessed this principle unfold without ever hearing its name. Otto, by all outward accounts, was no more talented or better connected than his peers. Yet year after year, he rose through the ranks, his investments prospering while others faltered. When asked the secret of his success, he would only smile and say, "I see opportunity where others see obstacles. I expect abundance where others prepare for loss." Otto's fortune was not an accident of skill or circumstance. It was the flowering of his consciousness. You see, money is not a lifeless object. It is a living reflection of your awareness. It flows to those who understand it as an extension of life's infinite generosity. It withdraws from those who perceive it as a source of fear, scarcity, or unworthiness. Wealth is not earned by the grind alone, nor kept by vigilance alone. It is summoned by the quality of your inner vision, by the clarity, expansiveness, and certainty you carry within. Most people unknowingly push wealth away, not through their actions but through their perceptions. They see money as something external, something separate, something capricious and rare. They harbor beliefs that wealth is reserved for the lucky or the ruthless, that money must be chased, clutched, and controlled. Their consciousness creates a reality where abundance feels always just out of reach. But those who awaken to the truth that money is consciousness, fluid, responsive, abundant, live in a different world entirely. They do not see wealth as a prize to be captured, but as a current they can attune themselves to. They move differently, think differently, expect differently, and the universe, ever obedient to awareness, reshapes itself to match. The ancient practice to awaken to money as consciousness begins with perception training. For the next 7 days, treat every encounter with money, whether paying a bill, receiving a gift, or noticing an opportunity, as a dialogue with a living intelligence. Speak to it silently. "You are welcome here. You flow to me easily. You are part of my natural being." Pay attention to the subtle shifts in how you feel around money, how you think about it, how you welcome it. Notice how money, sensing your changed awareness, begins to respond, not as a stranger to be pursued, but as a faithful companion returning home to where it has always belonged. In the golden markets of Marrakesh in 1612, a merchant named Idris al-Mansur became known not just for the fine silks and spices he sold, but for the curious abundance that seemed to follow him wherever he went. Unlike others who guarded every coin and measured every deal with suspicion, Idris gave freely. An extra measure of saffron for a loyal customer, a handful of dates to a hungry child, a warm cloak to a beggar on a cold night. His competitors scoffed, certain that his generosity would ruin him. Yet each season his caravans grew larger, his wealth expanded, and his influence deepened. When asked his secret, Idris would only say, "What you send out, the universe multiplies. A closed hand gathers dust, an open hand gathers the rain." Across the centuries, in the early banks of Amsterdam, a young woman named Elizabeth van Rijn discovered the same truth, though no one had taught it to her. Managing the ledgers of a wealthy trading house, she noticed a peculiar pattern. The merchants who routinely gave bonuses to their workers, who financed repairs for struggling ship captains, who extended credit with trust rather than suspicion, somehow thrived more than those who hoarded and tightened their grip on every guilder. It was not reckless giving. It was a flow, a recognition that money was not meant to be stockpiled like rotting grain, but circulated like the lifeblood of a thriving body. You see, the energetics of giving reveal one of the most potent secrets of wealth. What you release from a place of love and sufficiency returns to you magnified. Generosity is not charity born of pity. It is power born of abundance. When you give, truly give, not from guilt, obligation, or manipulation, but from a full heart, you declare to the universe that you trust the endless flow of prosperity. You send out a signal that says, there is more where this came from. And the universe, always listening, always responding, rushes to affirm your belief. Those who clutch and hoard signal the opposite. They vibrate in fear, in contraction, in mistrust. Their giving, if it comes at all, is tainted with resentment or hidden agendas. And so what they experience is not abundance, but dwindling. Not because they were wrong to desire wealth, but because their energy broadcasted scarcity even as they prayed for more. The ancient practice to activate the energetics of giving is one of intentional flow. For the next 7 days, set aside a portion of your resources, however small, to give freely and joyfully. It could be money, time, attention, kindness, expertise. Give without expectation of return, knowing that the very act of giving expands your field of wealth. Each time you give, say silently, there is more where this came from. I am rooted in infinite supply. Watch as small streams widen into rivers, as unexpected blessings find their way back to you, not as repayment, but as natural response to the frequency you have chosen to embody, the frequency of limitless wealth. In the sweltering markets of Calcutta in 1885, a spice trader named Rajiv Sen battled daily to keep his small stall alive. Each morning he would rise before the sun, filling his baskets with the richest colors and aromas he could find. Yet customers often passed him by, choosing less vibrant but calmer vendors down the road. Rajiv, desperate to make sales, would plead, haggle aggressively, and lower his prices until his goods barely covered his costs. One afternoon, a passing holy man paused at Rajiv's stall, observed him for a long moment, and then said, "Your fear is louder than your spices, my son. It chases prosperity away before it can even greet you." The words stung, but they planted a seed of awareness. That night, under the dim light of an oil lamp, Rajiv reflected on the frantic energy he had been projecting. He realized he had been pushing wealth away by embodying the very vibration of scarcity he so feared. Across the ocean in Paris, a young seamstress named Camille Laurent experienced the same invisible law in reverse. Though she had little more than a thimble and thread to her name, she approached her craft and her customers with a serene, trusting spirit. She believed, without evidence, that each day would provide what was needed. Camille did not beg for commissions or slash her prices in panic. She welcomed her patrons warmly, offered her best work, and released attachment to the outcome. Over time, her tiny studio became a magnet for opportunities far beyond what her modest beginnings suggested. You see, desperation and trust are not merely attitudes. They are energetic frequencies that instruct reality how to respond to you. Desperation signals to the universe that you do not believe you are supported, that you do not believe in abundance, that you do not trust yourself or life. It is a contraction that repels prosperity like oil repels water. Trust, on the other hand, is an expansion. It radiates sufficiency, confidence, and a deep understanding that abundance is your natural state. Trust invites wealth because it vibrates at the frequency of already having. People, opportunities, and money are acutely sensitive to the energy you emit. When you act from desperation, pleading, grasping, hustling from fear, you communicate to the world that you are a leaking vessel, not ready to hold abundance. When you act from trust, calm, grounded, open, You become a safe harbor for wealth to flow into and remain. The ancient practice to shift from desperation to trust is a daily choice. For the next 7 days, whenever you feel the panic rise, whether about money, work, or opportunity, pause, place your hand over your heart, and breathe deeply. Speak silently to yourself. I am supported. Life is abundant. Everything I need flows to me with ease. Then move forward with calm, decisive action, releasing attachment to how or when results must come. Watch how, as your inner energy shifts from frantic to faithful, the world around you softens, opens, and begins to bring you exactly what once seemed so elusive. In the opulent salons of Venice in 1765, a violinist named Lorenzo Vitale played night after night for coins tossed half-heartedly into his open case. Though his skill was undeniable, his music, though beautiful, often carried a melancholic heaviness, born of years spent struggling to survive. One evening, after yet another dismal performance, an elderly aristocrat approached him and said something that Lorenzo would never forget. "Your fingers are perfect, but your spirit plays a different song. Tune yourself to wealth, and the world will pay attention." That night, Lorenzo wandered the moonlit streets, haunted by the words. Was it possible that what he radiated mattered more than what he did? Slowly, he began to realize that he had been vibrating at the frequency of survival, not abundance. He performed like a man pleading for scraps, not like one offering a priceless gift. His external skill could not override his internal frequency. On the other side of the world, in the young city of Philadelphia, a baker named Margaret Ellis made the same discovery. Though her breads were simple, her shop overflowed with customers. It wasn't her recipes alone that drew them, it was the feeling they received when they entered her space. Margaret embodied a quiet wealth, a vibration of sufficiency, warmth, and gratitude that infused every loaf and every interaction. She carried herself as if prosperity were already hers, and life responded by matching her expectation. You see, wealth is not merely something you pursue. It is a frequency you must tune into. Just as a radio receives only the station it is aligned with, your life receives only the opportunities, ideas, and relationships that match your dominant vibration. If you vibrate in fear, lack, or unworthiness, you align with a reality where prosperity remains distant. If you vibrate in trust, joy, and gratitude, you align with a reality where prosperity flows naturally to you. Most people attempt to change their financial reality through action alone, unaware that their energy cancels out their efforts. They work harder, market more aggressively, save more frantically, all while vibrating at the frequency of fear. Action built on scarcity strengthens scarcity. Only action aligned with prosperity can create prosperity. The ancient practice to upgrade your wealth frequency begins with daily attunement. Each morning, before the noise of the world enters your mind, sit quietly. Envision yourself already living in the flow of prosperity, not future prosperity, but present prosperity. Feel the emotions of abundance, peace, gratitude, joy, trust. Let them fill your body like music fills a great hall. Speak silently. I am tuned to the vibration of wealth. I am a magnet for abundance. As you move through your day, monitor your internal music. When you notice yourself slipping into fear or lack, pause and retune. You are not chasing wealth, you are becoming wealth. Watch as opportunities, resources, and miracles begin to appear, not because you forced them, but because you tuned into the only station where they were already waiting for you. In the bustling markets of Cairo in 1873, a man named Khalid Hamdan sold bolts of cloth from a modest stall, his life a continuous cycle of just enough. Each day he rose before dawn, worked tirelessly under the desert sun, and collapsed at night, exhausted but no richer than the day before. His dream of building a thriving trading house always remained out of reach, like a mirage dissolving as he drew near. One evening, after losing yet another customer to a wealthier merchant, Khalid sat by the flickering light of an oil lamp and realized something painful. He was not living to create wealth. He was living merely to survive. On the opposite side of the world, in the growing streets of Toronto, a seamstress named Anne Whitmore lived a mirrored existence. Her days were filled with sewing and scrimping, calculating every penny with precision, hoping one day to save enough to expand her shop. Yet no matter how careful she was, something always drained her savings. A sick relative, a broken machine, a slow season. It felt as if life itself was conspiring to keep her trapped. But slowly, through whispered advice from a friend and a series of chance conversations, Anne came to see that survival had become her identity. She was vibrating in the energy of barely enough, and so life ever faithful matched her belief. You see, financial survival is not merely a condition of low income. It is a deeply ingrained energy pattern, one of contraction, fear, and limitation. When you live in survival mode, your thoughts, emotions, and actions all orbit around scarcity. You budget from fear, you plan from panic, you save from a sense of impending doom. Even opportunities for growth are filtered through the belief that disaster is always just around the corner. Survival energy is a closed loop. It feeds on itself, shrinking your vision, narrowing your choices, and reinforcing the very limitations you seek to escape. No amount of harder work alone can permanently break the cycle because the energy beneath the actions remains unchanged. To step beyond survival and into true wealth, you must first shift your energy. You must graduate from the vibration of getting by to the vibration of thriving, even before your outer world reflects the change. Thriving begins as an internal reality. It is a state of expansion, trust, creativity, and possibility. It says, there is more than enough, even when the bank account still whispers otherwise. The ancient practice to escape the energy of survival begins with deliberate expansion. For the next 7 days, do something daily, however small, that signals thriving. It could be setting aside a few dollars not for emergencies, but for future dreams. It could be treating yourself to a small luxury without guilt. It could be refusing to speak about money with fear or bitterness. Each act becomes a declaration. I no longer live in survival. I choose abundance. As you shift your emotional and energetic baseline, life will respond, opening doorways that were invisible before, carrying you beyond the old cycle into a new reality of true sustainable wealth. In the lush valleys of Tuscany in 1724, a vintner named Marco Bellini tended his small vineyard with care, though he often lamented that the land was too rocky, the vines too stubborn, and the harvest too meager. Each year he toiled harder, cursing the soil and envying the neighboring estates that seemed to flourish with ease. One afternoon, while visiting a distant cousin whose modest orchard was bursting with fruit, Marco confessed his frustrations. The cousin smiled and said gently, "You look at your vines and see what's missing. I look at my trees and see what is already giving. The earth listens to the words we speak over it." That night, Marco sat beneath the stars and began to wonder, what if gratitude could change not just the heart, but the harvest? What if appreciation could transform not just perception, but reality itself? Slowly, he began to shift. Each morning he would walk the rows of his vineyard, not counting faults, but praising every strong leaf, every swelling grape, every patch of healthy soil. In time, not only did his harvests improve, but the very character of his wine deepened, becoming renowned across the region. Across the Atlantic, in the early streets of New York, a young seamstress named Rebecca Monroe struggled to keep her tiny dress shop alive. Her days were consumed by worry, over rent, over fabric costs, over the relentless competition. Yet everything began to change the day she decided, in a moment of quiet desperation, to list everything she was grateful for: her steady hands, her loyal few customers, the sunshine that streamed through her windows. As her gratitude grew, so did her fortune. Customers arrived not just for dresses, but drawn by the warmth and richness that radiated from her shop like a beacon. You see, gratitude is not a weak or sentimental virtue. It is an alchemical force, a catalytic energy that transforms scarcity into sufficiency and sufficiency into abundance. Appreciation does not merely make you feel better, it alters your vibrational signature, shifting your reality at the most fundamental level. The universe responds not to what you wish for, but to what you affirm as real. When you focus on what is lacking, you vibrate in lack, and lack expands. When you focus on what is present and good, you vibrate in abundance, and abundance multiplies. Appreciation is the silent architect behind all sustainable wealth. It trains the mind to see opportunity where others see obstacles. It attunes the heart to receive rather than repel blessings. It signals to the invisible forces of creation, "This vessel is ready, fill it." The ancient practice to master the alchemy of appreciation begins now. For the next 7 days, create a ritual of wealth gratitude. Each evening, write down 5 things, financial or otherwise, for which you are genuinely thankful. Feel the appreciation rise in your body, warming and expanding your chest. As you train yourself to see abundance everywhere, you will find yourself living in a world that mirrors that vision. A world where wealth is not something you chase, but something that grows naturally from the garden of your own awareness. In the sun-drenched deserts of Morocco in 1803, a merchant named Ibrahim Musa crossed the dunes with his camel caravan, believing he was traveling through a land of endless barrenness. Each mile he journeyed, he cursed the dryness, the heat, and the unforgiving horizon. He saw only what was missing: water, shelter, shade. One evening, as the caravan camped beneath a canopy of stars, an old nomad approached him and pointed to a patch of land Ibrahim had ridden past without notice. Beneath the sand, the nomad revealed, was a hidden spring, a source of life that had sustained tribes for generations. The old man smiled and said, "Scarcity lives first in the eye, then in the world. You did not see abundance because you expected only emptiness." Ibrahim's world tilted that night. He realized he had ridden past opportunity again and again, blinded not by the land's reality, but by the illusion cast by his own mind. Centuries later, in the steel cities of Pittsburgh, a machinist named Thomas Grady lived out the same truth. Day after day, he punched the clock, muttering about low wages, high prices, and limited futures. Opportunity to Thomas was a privilege for the lucky few. Yet a co-worker arriving at the same factory with the same pay managed to launch a small repair business on the side, build connections, and soon leave factory work behind. When Thomas asked him how he did it, the man simply replied, "I wasn't looking for what was missing. I was looking for what could be built." You see, scarcity is often not the truth of your circumstances, but the lens through which you view them. It is a learned perception, a habit of seeing lack even where opportunity waits in disguise. When you expect limitation, your mind filters out abundance like a hand placed over the eyes. When you expect possibility, you train yourself to notice cracks in the walls where light pours through. The scarcity illusion convinces you that what you have is never enough, that what you are is insufficient, that what you dream is unreachable. It causes you to contract, to protect, to hoard, to fear. But the truth is that the universe operates through endless expansion. Life itself is abundant, renewing itself in every moment, offering more pathways, more resources, more miracles than any one mind can conceive. Breaking the scarcity illusion is not about ignoring challenges. It is about seeing through them. It is about realizing that just beyond the current appearance of limitation lies a field of infinite potential. waiting for your shift in vision. The ancient practice to dismantle the scarcity illusion is one of trained sight. For the next 7 days, whenever you catch yourself thinking, there's not enough money, time, opportunity, support, pause, challenge the thought. Ask yourself, what abundance am I not seeing yet? Train your mind to scan for hidden springs, unnoticed blessings, unseen doors. As your sight clears, scarcity will dissolve like morning mist before the rising sun, and the landscape of your life will reveal riches that were always there, patiently waiting to be claimed. In the winding streets of Seville in 1602, a silversmith named Mateo Ruiz lived a life many would envy. His craftsmanship was exquisite, his clientele loyal, yet each night he tossed and turned, gripped by an invisible fear that somehow, some way, it would all collapse. Every coin earned brought a brief flicker of relief, followed by an overwhelming wave of dread. One evening, an old sailor seated beside him at a tavern observed Mateo's restlessness and offered a quiet truth. You fear losing what you have because you have not yet claimed it in your heart. Your true wealth is not in your purse, it is in your peace. The words unsettled Mateo, yet they stayed with him. Over the following weeks, he began to realize that no amount of money could shield him from anxiety born inside his own mind. His emotional relationship to wealth, not the wealth itself, determined the quality of his life. Hundreds of years later, in bustling New York City, a young woman named Clara Hastings experienced the same revelation. After years of relentless work, she finally reached her financial goals, only to discover that the old fears remained. She still checked her accounts obsessively, still feared downturns, still felt scarcity nipping at her heels. In a rare moment of clarity, Clara understood. Security was not something money gave her. It was something she gave herself, through mastery of her emotions. You see, wealth without emotional mastery is a hollow victory. Without peace, even great fortunes feel precarious. Anxiety about money, whether at the beginning of a journey or the height of success, robs life of its sweetness, poisons decision-making, and undermines prosperity itself. Emotional wealth, the ability to feel safety, trust, sufficiency, and ease, regardless of external conditions, is the true foundation upon which lasting financial freedom is built. When anxiety governs your relationship with money, you send out a vibration of instability and fear. Opportunities feel dangerous. Risks feel overwhelming. Your energetic field becomes tight and brittle, repelling the very flow you seek to invite. Conversely, when emotional wealth is cultivated, your vibration becomes expansive and magnetic. Money, like all forms of energy, moves most freely toward open, trusting vessels. Neutralizing money anxiety does not mean ignoring practical matters or abandoning wise stewardship. It means decoupling your emotional state from your external circumstances. It means reclaiming your power to feel abundant, worthy, and calm, even when the numbers are not yet where you want them to be. The ancient practice to master emotional wealth begins with sovereign awareness. For the next 7 days, whenever a surge of money anxiety arises, whether triggered by a bill, a conversation, or an unexpected expense, pause, breathe deeply, place your hand over your heart, and affirm, I am safe, I am provided for, my abundance is eternal. Refuse to make financial decisions from a place of fear. Anchor yourself in trust, then act. Watch as the grip of anxiety loosens, as clarity returns, and as money itself begins to respond to the new, steady frequency you have chosen to embody. The true wealth that nothing and no one can take from you. In the narrow lanes of Florence in 1507, a young painter named Luca Bianchi was praised for the beauty of his frescoes. Yet, whenever patrons offered generous payment, he would lower his head, decline part of the fee, or insist the work was not worth such kindness. His master, an old artist named Lorenzo, watched this with a weary heart. One afternoon, after Luca once again returned a heavy purse of coins, Lorenzo pulled him aside and said, "You think humility protects you, but it only insults the gifts you were born to give. If you cannot receive without guilt, you tell the universe you are unworthy of its blessings." That night, Luca lay awake beneath the vaulted ceilings he had painted, feeling the weight of Lorenzo's words settle into him more heavily than any coin. He realized that no matter how skillfully he painted, no matter how much beauty he offered the world, he would never experience true abundance unless he learned to open his hands fully, without shame, without resistance. Centuries later, in the humming streets of Buenos Aires, a dressmaker named Isabella Cruz faced the same invisible barrier. She poured love and artistry into every gown she sewed, but when clients praised her work and paid her handsomely, Isabella shrank inside. She felt uncomfortable, almost guilty, as if accepting abundance meant taking more than she deserved. It was only after attending a small gathering where a wise teacher spoke of receiving as a sacred act that Isabella's life began to shift. She realized that accepting blessings with open arms was not arrogance. It was an honoring of the divine flow. You see, receiving is not a passive event. It is an active, energetic state, a vibration that says, "I am worthy, I am ready, I allow." When you receive with guilt, with apology, with shrinking, you disrupt the flow of abundance that is trying to reach you. You signal to the universe that you are not yet a safe vessel to hold its gifts. The energetics of worthiness are simple but profound. What you allow yourself to fully receive, you magnetize more of. What you resist, apologize for, or diminish, you push away. The universe listens not to your spoken desires alone, but to the frequency of your being. A heart wide open to receive without guilt is a powerful magnet for wealth, love, and opportunity. Many believe that humility demands they reject praise, money, or blessings. But true humility is the recognition that the gifts flowing to you are not merely for you. They are meant to circulate through you, enriching the world. Refusing them is not modesty. It is an interruption of the sacred exchange of giving and receiving that sustains life itself. The ancient practice to open the channel of worthiness begins today. For the next 7 days, whenever someone offers you a compliment, assistance, money, or kindness, receive it fully. Smile, say thank you. Let it land without deflection, excuse, or shrinking. Feel the surge of worthiness grow inside you. Watch as life, sensing your readiness, begins to deliver even more, not as a favor to be repaid, but as the natural, unstoppable flow of a heart that finally knows it is worthy. In the misty port city of Rotterdam in 1702, a shipwright named Peter Voss labored each day constructing vessels that carried spices and silks across the seas. Though his craftsmanship was impeccable, Peter often found himself living from commission to commission, stuck in a cycle of rebuilding his fortune from scratch. One evening, while repairing a merchant ship, he overheard a conversation between two wealthy traders. One spoke of how he invested not just gold but energy, how he allowed small gains to grow, not by immediate spending, but by patient accumulation. That night, as the fog rolled over the harbor, Peter realized that he had been expending his energy without ever building momentum. His wealth was a series of isolated efforts, not a compounding force. Across the Atlantic, in the young streets of Boston, a woman named Abigail Foster discovered the same principle through her modest printing shop. At first, every sale felt like a singular victory, disconnected from the next. But Abigail, intuitively, began treating each small success as part of a larger rising tide. Instead of celebrating and then sinking back into survival, she built on each moment, allowing gratitude, trust, and expanded action to multiply the effects. What began as a trickle soon became a steady river and eventually a flood of prosperity. You see, money, like energy, thrives on momentum. It is not merely earned through isolated windfalls or occasional good fortune. It grows through the consistent compounding of aligned energy, trust, gratitude, and wise action. Each small gain, each positive interaction, each moment of expansion creates ripples that, if tended to, magnify over time. But many squander momentum unknowingly. They celebrate a small win, then retreat into doubt. They receive a blessing, then brace for the next hardship. They step forward with excitement, then pull back in fear. In doing so, they cut the energetic current that was ready to carry them further. Building wealth energetically is not a sprint. It is a dance with compounding forces. It is the discipline of holding the vibration of abundance not once or twice, but continually, allowing it to gather weight and speed. Money responds to this growing field, like a snowball gathering mass as it rolls downhill. Momentum is emotional as much as financial. Each day you stay rooted in trust, gratitude, and expansion, you are earning invisible interest on your energy. Each time you refuse to collapse into old scarcity patterns, even when results are not yet visible, you are compounding your wealth field. The ancient practice to build energetic compound interest begins with consistent acknowledgement. For the next 7 days, every time you experience a small financial gain, a new client, an unexpected gift, a successful conversation, pause and affirm, this is part of a rising wave. This is compounding. This is building. Then act in ways that assume more is coming. Make plans, invest energy, expand slightly further. Watch as the small streams converge into rivers, and the universe, recognizing your steady hand, amplifies your wealth beyond what linear effort alone could ever achieve. In the marble corridors of Athens in 432 BCE, a young philosopher named Nicandros listened eagerly as his teacher spoke not of tactics or wealth, but of being. To receive greatness, the elder said, his voice echoing off the stone, you must first embody it. The world does not give you what you chase. It reflects what you are. Nicandros, who had grown up believing fortune favored the bold and the ruthless, found his mind upended by this simple but radical idea. That evening, as he strolled through the busy agora, he realized that most men scurried about striving to acquire riches without ever questioning if their own identity was capable of holding them. Far away in the vibrant coffee houses of London centuries later, a merchant named Eleanor Wright encountered the same truth. For years, she struggled to attract wealthy clients to her rare bookshop, despite offering the finest volumes in the city. She studied sales techniques, crafted elaborate advertisements, and worked harder than anyone around her, yet the doors remained quiet. One afternoon, after a candid conversation with a traveling scholar, Eleanor recognized that her own energy, timid, apologetic, self-doubting, was repelling the very prosperity she craved. She wanted wealth, but she was not being the person to whom wealth naturally flowed. You see, money does not respond to your effort alone. It responds to your identity. You cannot consistently receive beyond the level of self-concept you embody. If you carry yourself as someone who is undeserving, burdensome, or secondary, the opportunities and resources that match your truest desires will pass you by, unnoticed or unfelt. The world mirrors your sense of self with ruthless precision. This is not about arrogance or self-delusion. True wealth identity is quiet, rooted, assured. It does not shout its worth. It breathes it. It does not demand recognition. It emanates undeniable presence. To become the energy you wish to receive is to step beyond mere wanting and into being. It is to say through every breath, every decision, every gesture, I am a natural vessel for abundance. I am aligned with prosperity, not by effort, but by essence. Most people make the mistake of waiting for a bigger paycheck before they feel abundant, waiting for recognition before they feel worthy, waiting for proof before they become the embodiment of success. But the sequence must be reversed. You become first, and the world reflects second. The ancient practice to step into the identity of wealth begins immediately. For the next 7 days, identify one trait your future abundant self already possesses. Perhaps confidence, generosity, decisiveness, or joy. Each day, before you speak, act, or decide, ask, what would the wealthy version of me do right now? Let that answer shape your behavior. Move not as who you have been, but as who you are becoming. In time, reality will have no choice but to align, for the universe must respond to the frequency of being with the manifestation of form. The shift is not out there. It begins in you. In the vibrant bazaars of Damascus in 1257, a jeweler named Tariq ibn Zayd hoarded every coin he earned, locking his fortunes away in hidden vaults, speaking little of his wealth and giving even less. He believed that true security lay in accumulation, in keeping his riches sealed away from the unpredictable tides of life. Yet over time, Tariq noticed something unsettling. Fewer customers came to his shop. His suppliers grew distant. Opportunities dried up. One evening, a traveling scholar, noticing the dust gathering in Tariq's once busy stall, said, "Gold, like water, must move to stay alive. Hoard it, and it rots in your hands." The words gnawed at Tariq's mind as he wandered through the market. He noticed how the most prosperous merchants were those who gave freely, whether through gifts, generous trade, or community support. Their wealth did not diminish with giving, it expanded. In their openness, money flowed like a river, carrying abundance to everyone it touched, before circling back even stronger. Centuries later, in the stone streets of Edinburgh, a baker named Fiona McAllister lived a parallel story. Every coin she earned was stashed away in fear, hidden under floorboards and behind crumbling bricks. She gave nothing, not out of cruelty, but out of terror that if she parted with a single penny, scarcity would return. Yet her business struggled. Her customers felt the coldness that clung to her, and her fortunes, instead of growing, withered. It was only after she began offering free samples, treating her patrons with kindness, and investing in small improvements to her shop that prosperity returned and multiplied. You see, the universe operates by the law of circulation. Money, like breath, must flow in and out. Hoarding interrupts the natural rhythm of abundance and sends a signal of fear and mistrust to the very forces that sustain wealth. When you clutch what you have with desperation, you affirm the belief that there is not enough. And life, faithful to your energy, mirrors back circumstances that validate that belief. Money is not meant to stagnate. It is a medium of exchange, a carrier of energy, an agent of life's endless unfolding. When you allow it to flow through conscious giving, wise investing, joyful spending, you participate in the larger current of abundance. You signal to the universe that you trust the source, not the temporary form. You declare yourself a conduit, not a container. The ancient practice to honor the law of circulation begins today. For the next 7 days, practice intentional giving. Choose an amount, however small, and release it with joy, trust, and gratitude. Give to a person, a cause, a business you love. Spend in ways that expand your spirit rather than contract it. Bless every outflow, affirming silently, "As I give, I receive. As I release, I expand." Watch as life responds, as new streams open where old ones seem to dry. Remember, abundance is not something you hold. It is something you join, through movement, through trust, through the sacred, endless circulation of all things. In the teeming streets of Alexandria in 305 BCE, a young scribe named Dorian spent his days copying scrolls in the great library, dreaming of a life beyond worn parchment and fading ink. One afternoon, as he delivered a completed manuscript, he overheard 2 scholars speaking about a merchant who needed someone to record his travels. "It was a modest opportunity," whispered casually, but Dorian's heart leapt. While others dismissed it as unimportant, Dorian sensed something deeper. He introduced himself, offered his services. and within weeks found himself aboard a ship bound for distant lands, his world expanding beyond anything he had dared to imagine. Years later, in the rugged mining towns of Colorado, a woman named Emily Hart faced a similar moment. Working as a laundress, she often overheard the gruff conversations of miners at the river's edge. One day, she caught a remark about a nearby tract of land, abandoned and unwanted. Most ignored it, but Emily felt a stirring inside. Trusting her instinct, she scraped together her savings and purchased the land. Months later, a railroad company announced plans to build through the valley, and Emily's life was transformed overnight. You see, opportunity rarely shouts. It rarely comes dressed in grandeur or trumpets its arrival. It often whispers, passing quietly through the corridors of your life, testing your readiness, your vision, your willingness to respond. Most people miss opportunity not because it is absent, but because their inner state is tuned only to problems, obstacles, and fear. Their energy blinds them to the subtle doors opening all around them. The energy of opportunity is expansive, light, curious. It feels like a quiet nudge, a sense of excitement, a glimmer of possibility where others see only risk. Mastering this energy means becoming attuned to the faint ripples beneath the surface of daily life. It means recognizing that the universe often places golden threads in the most ordinary moments, trusting that those awake enough will weave them into destiny. Opportunities are not rare, they are abundant, but they require energetic alignment to be seen and seized. If you walk through life braced against disappointment, expecting betrayal or scarcity, you will walk past 1,000 open doors without ever noticing. If you move through life with open energy, expectant, receptive, trusting, you will find opportunities rushing to meet you at every corner. The ancient practice to master the energy of opportunity is a cultivation of attention and trust. For the next 7 days, approach each day as if hidden treasures are scattered across it. Expect opportunities in conversations, in setbacks, in coincidences. When something unexpected crosses your path, a new idea, a new connection, a sudden invitation, pause, feel into it. Ask yourself, is this a door opening? Follow the energy, not the fear. Take small, courageous steps through these openings. Watch how life, sensing your readiness, begins to reveal a world far richer, wider, and more miraculous than anything you thought you had to chase. Opportunity does not come once. It comes always. The question is, will you be ready to walk through the door? In the mist-shrouded hills of Kyoto in 1682, a potter named Kenji Takahashi spent his days crafting simple bowls and vases in a small, unadorned workshop. Though his work was skilled, his sales remained modest, and he often worried about his future. One morning, an old monk visited his stall, admired his work, and left behind a slip of parchment with just one line written upon it: "The future is the echo of today's offering." Kenji puzzled over the words for days. Slowly, he began to realize that each piece he shaped was not merely an object. It was a vibration, a transmission of the energy he poured into it at the moment of creation. Rather than working with impatience and worry, Kenji began to approach each day as a seed planted in eternity. He shaped his clay with care, gratitude, and trust, imagining each bowl as already belonging to someone whose life it would enrich. Months later, without any grand marketing or fortune, his reputation began to grow. Patrons sought him out from distant villages, drawn not just by the beauty of his creations, but by the invisible energy carried within them. Centuries later, in the bustling streets of Chicago, a young architect named Eleanor Reed lived the same law in her own way. At the start of her career, when few knew her name, she poured her energy into each small project with reverence. Even when the pay was low and the recognition absent, she treated every blueprint as if it were a monument. Years later, when awards and wealth flowed to her effortlessly, people called her lucky. unaware that her future had been shaped long ago, echoing back the energy she infused into her work when no one was watching. You see, money is not a sudden miracle. Wealth is not a random event. Your financial future is not decided by fate or luck or mere effort. It is the inevitable echo of today's energy, the emotion, the intention, the vibrational quality you are weaving into your actions right now. If today's energy is filled with doubt, resentment, fear, or bitterness, that energy does not disappear. It reverberates forward, shaping circumstances that mirror the emotions that birth them. If today's energy is filled with joy, gratitude, mastery, and trust, it too echoes forward, constructing realities that reflect those qualities. The future is not a mystery waiting to be revealed. It is a reflection waiting to be received. The ancient practice to align your financial future begins in the present moment. For the next 7 days, before beginning any work, transaction, or decision related to money, pause. Feel into the energy you are about to pour into the action. Ask yourself, what echo am I creating right now? Choose consciously. Infuse your efforts with the frequency of the future you desire, not the future you fear. Speak over your work, your exchanges, your ideas. This is a seed of abundance. This is the beginning of prosperity. Trust that every vibration sent out today is shaping tomorrow with unerring precision. The echo will come. The only question is, what song are you singing into the future? In the trading hubs of Amsterdam in 1654, a merchant named Willem van Dyck built his fortune not merely through the goods he sold, but through something far less visible. Each morning before opening his small shop, Willem would sit quietly, focusing his mind on the prosperity he intended to cultivate. He treated every barrel of spices, every bolt of cloth, not as a gamble, but as a seed carefully planted in the rich soil of his intention. Over time, his wealth grew steadily, while others around him, equally hard-working, floundered. Those who knew Willem's ways said he had a golden touch, but Willem understood the deeper truth. He was investing energetically long before any coin exchanged hands. Meanwhile, in the rising cities of America, 2 centuries later, a young man named Jonathan Pierce sought to build his future in the bustling textile trade. Unlike Willem, Jonathan focused all his energy on fear. Fear of competitors, fear of loss, fear of being cheated. Though he worked long hours and saved every penny, he noticed that no matter what he earned, something always seemed to slip through his fingers. His focus fed the very scarcity he hoped to avoid, depleting his efforts like a leak in an unseen barrel. You see, wealth is not built by action alone. It is built by focus, deliberate, unwavering, conscious focus. Every thought you entertain, every emotion you nurture, every expectation you harbor is an investment. Some investments pay dividends of expansion, opportunity, and prosperity. Others, quietly but surely, deplete your reserves of energy, trust, and potential. When you focus on abundance, gratitude, growth, and possibility, you are planting seeds in fertile ground. Each small act of focus compounds over time, magnetizing circumstances that match your internal state. When you focus on fear, lack, injustice, or resentment, you are planting in barren soil. No matter how hard you work, the energy you've invested shrinks your harvest before it can even ripen. Most people spend their energy carelessly, giving attention to worries, complaints, and imagined disasters as if there were no cost. Yet attention is the most valuable currency you possess. What you focus on expands. Where your focus goes, energy flows. And where energy flows, reality grows. The ancient practice of energetic investing begins with vigilant awareness. For the next 7 days, treat your focus like gold. Each morning, set a clear intention. Today, I invest my energy in prosperity, trust, and expansion. When you notice your mind drifting to fear or frustration, pause, redirect, Choose a thought, a feeling, a vision that aligns with the wealth you are cultivating. Even in small moments, waiting in line, handling daily tasks, use your focus consciously. Think of each thought as a coin. Spend it wisely. Watch as the compound interest of your focus begins to accumulate, quietly at first, then with growing force. Opportunities will arise not as isolated accidents, but as the natural harvest of seeds you have faithfully, energetically planted. Wealth is not built only with money. It is built first and always with the silent power of your attention. In the vibrant markets of Istanbul in 1542, a merchant named Yusuf Amin found himself trapped in an invisible web. Though he traded in fine spices and precious goods, no matter how much profit he made, unexpected losses seemed to drain his coffers just as quickly. Frustrated and confused, Yusuf sought the counsel of an elderly mystic who lived on the city's outskirts. After hearing Yusuf's troubles, the mystic simply said, "Wealth flows through clean hands, but your hands, my son, are heavy with old debts, debts of anger, resentment, and wounds unhealed." Yusuf returned home puzzled, yet the words gnawed at him. He realized he still carried bitterness toward a former partner who had betrayed him years before, harboring anger like a stone in his chest. Though he had moved on in business, his energy had remained entangled in that moment, siphoning his vitality and anchoring his fortune to a lower frequency. Centuries later, in the bustling avenues of London, a young banker named Eleanor Shaw faced the same unseen burden. After a devastating betrayal by a trusted mentor, Eleanor threw herself into her career, building a respectable life on the outside. Yet inwardly, she clutched tightly to the pain, nursing it with silent vows of never trusting again. Without realizing it, that wound shaped every decision she made. Contracts filled with suspicion, clients approached with guardedness, opportunities turned down out of fear. Her financial world reflected her inner landscape, limited, tense, and stifled. You see, wealth cannot flourish in a field tangled with unresolved hurt. Every grudge, every resentment, every betrayal you refuse to release becomes an energetic debt you carry. It drains your vitality, clouds your vision, and restricts the flow of prosperity into your life. It is not the event itself that holds you back. It is the energy you continue to invest in it, day after day, often without even knowing. Forgiveness is not a favor you grant to those who wronged you. It is a key you give yourself to unlock the prison of old energies. It is financial liberation disguised as spiritual work. When you forgive, truly, deeply, completely, you clear your channels. You unbind your wealth from the pain of the past. You declare yourself free to receive without the invisible burdens weighing you down. The ancient practice of clearing energetic debts begins now. For the next 7 days, choose one person, one situation, or even one version of yourself that you have not yet fully forgiven. Each morning, close your eyes and speak silently. I release you. I release this. I free myself. Feel the weight lifting, even if only slightly. If resentment rises again, meet it with compassion and repeat the process. This is not a single act, but a discipline, a daily sweeping of the temple of your heart. Watch as your energy lightens, as opportunities approach more easily, as wealth finds new pathways to enter your life. Prosperity does not flow to the wounded ego, it flows to the healed soul. Forgiveness is not weakness. It is the most powerful act of energetic wealth creation you will ever undertake. In the marble forums of Rome in 62 BCE, a young orator named Marcus Livius captivated crowds with his eloquence, yet struggled to rise beyond a modest living. No matter how skillfully he spoke, no matter how passionately he appealed to the Senate or the people, true influence and the wealth that accompanied it remained out of reach. One evening, as he confided his frustrations to an elder statesman, he received a piece of counsel that would forever alter his path. You do not lack ability, Marcus. You lack permission. Permission to see yourself as the man the world is already ready to reward. That night, Marcus understood. His outer reality was not constrained by external forces, but by the limits of his own self-image. He still thought of himself as a struggling student, a supplicant at the gates of greatness. And so no matter how brightly he performed, the world reflected back the image he carried within. Centuries later, in the opulent salons of Paris, a woman named Camille Lefebvre faced the same hidden barrier. Though her designs were exquisite and the social elite admired her work, Camille could never bring herself to charge what she truly deserved. In her heart, she still saw herself as the seamstress's daughter, stitching quietly in the shadows. When at last she dared to recalibrate her self-image, to see herself not as a humble laborer, but as a master couturier whose presence commanded respect, everything changed. Clients offered higher commissions without negotiation, and doors once closed swung open easily. You see, abundance is not a reward given to the most talented, the hardest working, or even the most connected. It is magnetized to the self-image you embody consistently. Your life cannot exceed the boundaries of who you believe yourself to be. Money, opportunity, influence, these do not respond to your wishes. They respond to your identity. If you see yourself as someone who must struggle, life will affirm your belief. If you see yourself as someone for whom prosperity is natural and rightful, life must arrange itself to mirror that certainty. Your financial ceiling is, and always has been, the reflection of your internal calibration. Self-image is not vanity, it is destiny. It is the silent architect behind every success and every limitation. The ancient practice to calibrate your wealth identity begins today. For the next 7 days every morning, stand before a mirror and look deeply into your own eyes. Speak aloud the version of yourself you are choosing to become. Say it as fact, not as wish. I am a prosperous being. Wealth is natural to me. I move through life as one who expects and receives abundance. Then move through your day with the posture, the tone, and the decisions that version of you would make. When fear or doubt arises, return to the mirror, realign, reaffirm. Watch how reality bends, not because you begged it to, but because you finally matched your inner picture to the abundance that has been waiting patiently for you all along. In the gleaming courts of Byzantium, in 527 AD, a silversmith named Andreas crafted intricate jewelry for nobles and royals, yet his fortunes never rose beyond a modest comfort. No matter how fine his artistry, no matter how highly his patrons praised him, Andreas noticed that he would unconsciously refuse larger commissions, underprice his finest work, or grow anxious whenever prosperity knocked louder at his door. One evening, after losing a lucrative contract to a younger, less skilled competitor, Andreas sought counsel from a visiting philosopher. The old man listened patiently, then said, "Your hands create beauty, but your heart still beats with fear. Gold follows the beat of the heart, not just the skill of the hand." Andreas realized with a sinking clarity that his emotional energy, not his ability, not even his effort, had been quietly setting the ceiling on his prosperity all along. Centuries later, in the thriving streets of Vienna, a pianist named Elise Bauer experienced the same unseen law. Gifted with extraordinary talent, she performed for small audiences and lived humbly, always just enough to survive. Though she dreamed of concert halls and fame, deep inside Elise carried an emotional blueprint filled with guilt about money, fear of judgment, and a belief that true artists must suffer for their craft. Each performance radiated beauty, but also unspoken hesitation. And so, the grand opportunities she longed for remained just beyond her reach. You see, money does not flow first toward effort, talent, or even opportunity. It flows toward emotional alignment. Your income ceiling is not ultimately set by external circumstances. It is set by the emotional energy you live and work from every day. If you vibrate with fear, shame, guilt, or unworthiness around money, no amount of action can permanently lift your financial life beyond the limits those emotions impose. Emotions are energy in motion. They shape the way you speak, act, decide, and perceive. They sculpt the opportunities you allow yourself to recognize and the risks you permit yourself to take. They determine how much you are willing to receive without shrinking, sabotaging, or pushing blessings away. Positive emotions, trust, joy, gratitude, certainty, naturally widen your field of possibility. Negative emotions constrict it, narrowing your reach, no matter how grand your plans. Most financial breakthroughs do not happen because someone works harder. They happen because someone finally shifts emotionally. From doubt to confidence, from fear to trust, from guilt to worthiness. The ancient practice to raise your money emotion link begins with daily emotional calibration. For the next 7 days, before engaging in any work or financial decision, pause, close your eyes, scan your emotional landscape. Ask, what emotion am I carrying toward money right now? If it is heavy or constrictive, breathe into your heart and deliberately choose a new emotional frequency. Trust, ease, gratitude. Move only when you feel the shift. Watch how, as your emotional energy rises, your income ceiling loosens, stretches, and eventually disappears, not through force, but through the magnetic reordering of life around your new emotional truth. In the golden sands of Cairo in 1451, a young merchant named Khaled Abbasi sat before his modest stall, watching wealthier traders attract buyers and alliances with effortless grace. Though his goods were fine and his work relentless, Khaled often felt as though true prosperity lay far beyond his reach, locked behind invisible gates he could not open. One evening, after days of bitter frustration, he spoke with an old storyteller who traveled between kingdoms, weaving fables into wisdom. The elder leaned in and said, "There are not years between you and your fortune, Khaled, only a step, but you must first step into the man who already walks among riches." That night, Khaled realized a truth that shattered everything he thought he knew. Abundance was not distant in time. It was distant in identity. The prosperous future he longed for already existed, vibrating like a nearby song just out of earshot, waiting for him to align with it. Across the world, centuries later, in the rain-soaked streets of London, a seamstress named Eleanor Whitcomb lived this same revelation. Tired of scraping by, she decided one morning not to chase her dreams slowly, but to embody them immediately. She began moving, speaking, dressing, and deciding as if she were already the successful business owner she aspired to become. Within a year, her reality had rearranged itself almost as if by magic. New clients, new partnerships, new wealth, all seemingly out of nowhere. But it was not chance. Eleanor had leapt timelines. You see, time is not a linear path you must trudge along, waiting for your rewards to catch up to you. It is a field of infinite possibilities layered all around you right now. Every possible version of your life, the struggling one, the thriving one, the unimaginably abundant one, already exists. The question is not whether you will get there someday. The question is whether you will align with that version now. Quantum leaping is not about forcing external events to happen faster. It is about shifting your internal state so radically that the external world must reorganize itself around your new identity. You don't beg for the future you desire. You become the version of yourself who naturally lives within it. When you match the frequency of the abundant future, that future becomes inevitable. Life has no choice but to deliver the reality that matches your vibration, just as a mirror has no choice but to reflect your image once you stand before it. The ancient practice to leap timelines begins today. For the next 7 days, each morning, Close your eyes and see yourself living the abundant life you desire, not as a hope, but as a memory. Feel it, taste it, move as that version of you. Throughout the day, ask, what decision would abundant me make right now? Act accordingly, even in small things. Watch how pathways you never saw before appear, how reality bends and reshapes itself, not through the slow grind of time, but through the quantum power of alignment. In the colorful plazas of Madrid in 1610, a cobbler named Rafael Ortega stitched shoes for nobles and commoners alike. His work was steady, his craft respected, but still, money seemed to slip through his fingers faster than he could earn it. One afternoon, while purchasing leather from an old tanner, Raphael noticed how the man handled his coins. With reverence, with gratitude, with a deliberate slowness that honored the energy each piece represented. Curious, Raphael asked him why. The tanner smiled and said, "Your wallet is not just a pouch for coins. It is a vessel for your energy. How you treat it is how money treats you." That evening, Raphael sat at his small table, examining his battered wallet for the first time with new eyes. Torn seams, crumpled notes, neglected coins, all reflecting an unconscious message of disregard. From that night forward, he began to treat his money differently, keeping his wallet clean, organized, and tended with care. Over time, seemingly without explanation, his fortunes shifted. Clients paid more promptly, opportunities to expand appeared, and a sense of ease replaced the constant feeling of strain. Centuries later, in the towering skyscrapers of New York, a woman named Sophia Bennett experienced the same hidden law. Though her income was high, she often felt broke, living from paycheck to paycheck. Her wallet was a chaotic mess. Receipts stuffed between crumpled bills, forgotten gift cards, expired coupons. After attending a small workshop on financial energetics, Sophia realized that her external chaos reflected an internal energy of disrespect toward money. When she consciously shifted how she treated her wallet, honoring each dollar, organizing with intention, her relationship with money transformed. She not only saved more, but attracted new streams of income with surprising ease. You see, your wallet is not merely a container for cash. It is a frequency tuner, a daily altar where you either honor or diminish your relationship with abundance. Every time you touch it, you are broadcasting a signal to the universe about how you relate to money, with reverence or disregard, with gratitude or fear, with certainty or chaos. Money, like any form of energy, is sensitive to the fields you create around it. If your wallet is treated with respect, order, and appreciation, you cultivate an energetic field that naturally attracts more. If your wallet is neglected, crammed, or filled with unconscious disregard, you send a signal of carelessness, confusion, and scarcity. And life responds in kind. The ancient practice to tune your wealth frequency through your wallet begins today. For the next 7 days, treat your wallet as a sacred object. Empty it out. Clean it carefully. Remove anything unnecessary or chaotic. Place your bills neatly, facing the same direction. Carry only what you truly use. Before spending or receiving money, pause and offer a moment of gratitude. Whisper silently, "Thank you for flowing to me and through me." Watch how this simple act, repeated daily, shifts your inner and outer financial reality. Your wallet, once overlooked, becomes a living testament to the wealth energy you are now choosing to embody. In the thriving port city of Venice in 1497, a merchant named Matteo di Luca grew wealthy trading silks and spices. Yet despite his riches, Matteo felt perpetually anxious about money. His ledgers were messy, debts forgotten, payments delayed. His fortune rose and fell with dizzying unpredictability. One evening, over dinner with an aging financier, Matteo confessed his frustrations. The old man leaned in and said, "Gold is like water drawn from sacred wells. If you do not treat it with reverence, it slips through your fingers, no matter how much you grasp. The words struck Matteo with the force of a revelation. He realized that while he respected trade, respected labor, he had never respected money itself. It was something he used, but never honored. From that night, he changed. He recorded every transaction with precision. He thanked each coin before it was spent. He reviewed his accounts with the same care he gave to his finest wares. Slowly, the chaos quieted, the anxiety lifted, and his wealth became stable, flowing to him and through him with a grace he had never known. Across the ocean centuries later, a young entrepreneur named Thomas Riley discovered the same law hidden beneath modern life. After years of sporadic income, lost opportunities, and surprise expenses, Thomas realized his relationship with money was reactive, careless, filled with dread. Inspired by a mentor's simple advice, handle money as if you were handling sacred fire, Thomas began managing his finances energetically. Each transaction became an act of conscious intention, each budget a form of gratitude, each payment a reaffirmation of trust in the flow of abundance. Within a year, the erratic pattern of his finances smoothed into a steady upward climb. You see, money is not simply a tool, it is energy, a living, responsive current that flows best where it is honored. How you handle your finances, even in the smallest acts, reflects the vibration you are sending out into the field. Carelessness, neglect, fear, or avoidance broadcast distrust, and so the energy of money becomes unpredictable, sporadic, or stagnant. Conscious stewardship broadcasts reverence and trust, inviting money to stay, to grow, to return multiplied. Energetic money management is not about rigid control or obsessive counting. It is about approaching every financial act, saving, spending, investing, receiving, as a sacred ritual, a dialogue with the abundant forces of the universe. It is about creating an energetic environment where money feels respected, trusted, and safe to expand. The ancient practice to embody sacred, energetic money management begins now. For the next 7 days, before handling any financial task, whether reviewing your bank account, paying a bill, or making a purchase, pause, center yourself. Breathe gratitude into the act. Affirm silently, this is sacred energy. I am its trusted steward. Approach each decision not from fear or urgency, but from calm authority and reverence. Watch how, as your relationship to money deepens in respect and intentionality, your financial life organizes itself around you with increasing ease, stability, and graceful expansion. Wealth, after all, stays and grows where it is honored. In the sunlit vineyards of Bordeaux in 1742, a vintner named Henri Moreau struggled year after year to grow his modest estate. Though he loved his craft, his fortunes wavered unpredictably, sometimes bountiful, sometimes meager, without any clear pattern. Frustrated, Henri sought advice from an elderly winemaker whose lands flourished with abundance year after year. The old man listened quietly, then said, "You plant with hope, but not with precision. The earth responds better when you tell it exactly what you wish to harvest." Henri realized, almost painfully, that he had been vague with his desires, vague with his efforts, and vague with his expectations. His vineyard mirrored his lack of clarity. He wanted prosperity, but had never defined what that meant, never set a firm vision for the yield he wished to create. That season, Henri walked his fields with new purpose, speaking aloud his precise intentions. The number of vines, the quality of grapes, the expansion he envisioned. To his amazement, the vineyard responded as if it had been waiting for his command. Centuries later, in the crowded streets of New York City, a young graphic designer named Olivia Mason faced the same invisible block. She dreamed of financial freedom, of a life without worry, yet her goals remained misty and undefined. More money, better clients, someday success. The universe, receiving such a blurry signal, could only mirror back a blurry reality. It wasn't until Olivia sat down and declared clear, specific financial goals, an exact monthly income, a defined savings target, a precise lifestyle she wished to build, that the path forward sharpened. Opportunities became clearer. Decisions became simpler. Wealth, once elusive, began to flow with growing momentum. You see, money responds to clarity like a ship responds to a lighthouse. It cannot find you easily if your signal is faint, scattered, or contradictory. Vague desires create vague results. Precise intentions create precise manifestations. When you are clear, crystal clear, about what you desire financially, you create a magnetic focus that organizes the energies of the universe in your favor. The energy of abundance thrives where direction is strong. It needs a container, a form, a destination to move toward. Without it, the current disperses. But with clear intention, even a small spark of effort can ignite into a wildfire of aligned opportunities. Most people fear being specific because they fear disappointment. They believe that if they set clear goals and miss them, the pain will be too great. But in truth, specificity is not a contract of failure. It is a declaration of power. It invites the universe to co-create with you with precision and speed. The ancient practice to summon wealth through clarity begins now. For the next 7 days, choose one financial desire and define it with exactness. Write down the amount, the timeline, the feeling you wish to embody when it arrives. See it daily. Speak it aloud. Act as if it is inevitable. Watch how, as your energetic signal sharpens into precision, reality responds with matching sharpness, carving a clear and unmistakable path from vision to fulfillment. Where there is clarity, money loves to flow. In the golden palaces of Delhi in 1586, a young trader named Rajan Kapoor marveled at the fortunes amassed by a handful of merchants around him. He sold fine textiles, traveled tirelessly across distant lands, and bargained skillfully in the crowded bazaars. Yet no matter how hard he worked, his profits seemed to plateau at a modest level. One evening, sitting with an elder merchant who had long ago risen to great wealth, Rajan asked what secret he was missing. The old man chuckled softly and said, "You act like a wealthy man, but you feel like a poor one. Your hands and heart are not aligned. True fortune multiplies only when all parts of you move in one rhythm." Rajan pondered these words deeply. He realized that although he took the right actions externally, traveling, trading, working, internally, he still harbored fear, doubt, and unworthiness. His emotions vibrated in scarcity, even as his hands toiled for abundance. His beliefs whispered that he was destined for smallness, even as he tried to build something grand. His life was divided, and so his wealth was divided too. Generations later, in the banking houses of London, a woman named Amelia Grant experienced the same hidden dynamic. Outwardly, she played the part of success, polished, efficient, driven, but inside, she doubted her own value, second-guessed her decisions, and questioned whether she truly deserved the fortune she sought. No amount of external effort could overcome the inner friction. It wasn't until Amelia aligned her emotions, her actions, and her core beliefs into one unified current of certainty that her wealth began to grow. Not sporadically, but exponentially. You see, wealth is not merely the product of action. It is the harmonious convergence of feeling, doing, and believing. When your emotions are anchored in trust and worthiness, your actions are infused with power, and your beliefs are sculpted around abundance. You become a living magnet for multiplication. Energy moves freely through you. Resources, opportunities, and prosperity accelerate toward you as if pulled by an unseen force. But when your emotions resist, when your actions contradict your feelings, when your beliefs undercut your desires, you create energetic drag. Your progress slows. Results arrive inconsistently, if at all. The universe mirrors not just your effort, but your coherence. The ancient practice to activate the wealth multiplier begins now. For the next 7 days, choose one financial goal you are currently working toward. Each morning, align all 3 centers. Feel it. Imagine the emotion you will experience when the goal is achieved and embody it now. Believe it. Affirm silently, "This is natural for me. This is already unfolding." Act on it. Take one bold, inspired action each day that reflects complete faith in the goal's arrival. No wavering, no partial belief, total alignment. Watch how momentum builds. Watch how small efforts suddenly yield disproportionate rewards. When emotion, action, and belief move together like a single river, the current of abundance flows faster, stronger, and wider than you ever thought possible. Multiplication becomes your new normal. In the sprawling gardens of Babylon in 583 BCE, a young trader named Asim labored to build his fortune, moving goods between distant cities along ancient trade routes. Yet no matter how many deals he struck or how diligently he worked, his success would flicker and fade like a candle in the desert winds. One evening, seeking answers, Asim visited a renowned sage known for his wisdom in matters both material and unseen. The old man listened to Asim's tales of fleeting prosperity, then spoke with piercing clarity. "Each time you doubt, you dig up the seeds you have planted. Growth cannot survive constant disturbance." The words struck Asim deeply. Reflecting on his journey, he realized that after each promising venture, doubt would creep in. He would second-guess the deal, question his worthiness, wonder if disaster lurked just ahead. Though his hands worked for success, his heart called forth uncertainty, and the universe, ever faithful to the energy sent out, mirrored that instability back to him. Centuries later, in the bustling streets of Milan, a tailor named Isabella Ricci encountered the same law in her modest atelier. Her designs were exquisite, her skills honed through years of quiet dedication. Yet every time a wealthy client inquired about a commission, Isabella hesitated internally. "Am I really good enough?" whispered the voice of doubt inside her. The opportunities faded, slipping away not because she lacked talent, but because her energetic field, riddled with uncertainty, repelled the prosperity standing at her door. You see, doubt is not a harmless mental habit. It is a vibrational force that fractures the energy of creation. Doubt splits your signal, sending conflicting messages to the field around you. One moment you declare your readiness for abundance. The next, you silently broadcast fear, hesitation, and unworthiness. The universe, receiving this jumbled broadcast, cannot fully deliver what you claim to desire. Certainty, by contrast, is a clarion call. It is a singular frequency, clear and unwavering. Certainty does not mean you see every step ahead. It means you trust the path will unfold as you move forward. It means you claim your vision without apology, without needing external validation to continue. It is the energy that magnetizes resources, allies, and opportunities at astonishing speed, because there is no competing vibration muddying the waters. The ancient practice to transmute doubt into certainty begins now. For the next 7 days, every time you feel hesitation, fear, or second-guessing arise regarding your wealth, pause. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply. Visualize a river flowing steadily toward your goal, not rushing, not struggling, but moving with unstoppable momentum. Speak silently. "It is done. I trust the unfolding." Then act from that trust immediately, even in a small way. Send the email, quote the price, invest in yourself. Watch how, as you anchor into certainty, life rearranges itself to match your new, unwavering tone. Wealth does not require perfection. It requires faith, a steady inner flame that no gust of doubt can extinguish. When you walk in certainty, Abundance follows as surely as the tide follows the pull of the moon. In the bustling streets of ancient Athens in 378 BCE, a stonemason named Demetrios worked tirelessly, carving statues for the city's temples. His skill was renowned, yet wealth always seemed just out of his grasp. He would land a grand commission one season and fall into drought the next. One day, while resting beneath the shade of an olive tree, he shared his frustrations with a philosopher who often observed him from afar. The old man listened, then said, "Your hands are strong, but your spirit drifts. Wealth is not caught by occasional effort, but tethered by steady rituals. You must anchor your energy to abundance daily, or the current will pull you back into the sea of struggle." Demetrios pondered these words and realized that his fortune rose and fell with the tides of his inner state. When he felt confident, expectant, grateful, opportunities seemed to flood in. But when he grew careless, indifferent, or anxious, the doors of prosperity seemed to close one by one. It was not skill or luck that determined his wealth. It was the consistency of the vibration he carried. Centuries later, in the bustling cafes of Paris, a young writer named Claudine Duval faced a similar pattern. Inspired by waves of creative energy, she would find her works celebrated and rewarded handsomely. Yet after each success, her daily practices would crumble. She would stop writing with discipline, stop visualizing her goals, stop tending to the energy that had brought her success. The wealth vibration she once carried would fade, and with it, her fortune. It was only when Claudine adopted simple daily habits to consciously maintain her wealth frequency that her prosperity became steady, not sporadic. You see, wealth vibration is not a random mood. It is a cultivated state, strengthened by habits that anchor you to the energy of abundance, no matter what storms arise around you. Without anchors, even the strongest intentions are pulled back by the gravitational force of old fears, doubts, and patterns. With anchors, your energy remains steady, clear, and magnetic, a lighthouse for opportunities, clients, and resources. Energetic anchors are not complex. They are simple rituals practiced consistently, beginning the day in gratitude, affirming abundance before financial tasks, envisioning success before action, blessing money as it flows in and out. Each small act plants your feet more firmly in the fertile soil of wealth consciousness. The ancient practice to create energetic anchors begins today. For the next 7 days, choose 3 small habits to perform daily. Perhaps it is writing 5 things you are grateful for each morning. Perhaps it is holding a 5-minute visualization of your financial goals. Perhaps it is blessing every dollar you spend, affirming its return multiplied. Perform these anchors no matter how busy, no matter how chaotic the day becomes. Watch how, as you hold steady to your practices, your external reality begins to mirror your internal consistency. Prosperity flows not only to those who reach for it, but to those who maintain the frequency that invites it. In anchoring your energy daily, you build a foundation strong enough to hold all the abundance you were always meant to receive. In the lush courts of ancient Persia, during the reign of Darius the Great, a treasurer named Armen devoted his life to the king's coffers. He was meticulous, trusted, and wise beyond his years. Yet when it came to his own household, prosperity often slipped through his fingers like sand. One evening, sitting beside the great river that wound through the palace gardens, he sought counsel from an elder advisor known for his uncanny ability to attract fortune. The old man listened and then said, "You manage the king's wealth with rituals of care and reverence, yet you treat your own prosperity as an afterthought. If you wish for fortune to stay, honor it with sacred rituals as you do for royalty." That night, Armen realized he had separated the sacred from the practical. He began to bring ceremony into his personal dealings, blessing every coin received, lighting a small candle before reviewing his accounts, offering gratitude for every transaction, however small. Over time, a quiet magic wove itself through his life. His wealth no longer rushed in and out. It gathered, it stayed, it grew. Centuries later, in the busy streets of Boston, a woman named Mary Whitfield found herself wrestling with the same unseen truth. As a young entrepreneur, she treated money like a necessary chore, something to hustle for, spend quickly, and stress over endlessly. It wasn't until she attended a lecture on ancient prosperity practices that she glimpsed a different path, one where money could be treated as sacred energy rather than a soulless resource. She began to create small rituals around her finances, lighting incense when setting financial goals, saying a blessing over invoices sent, writing gratitude notes for payments received. The energy around her business transformed. Clients paid faster, new contracts arrived easily, and money began to feel not like a burden, but like a trusted companion. You see, money responds not just to action, but to the energy you weave around it. Rituals are containers of energy, vessels through which intention and vibration crystallize into form. When you treat money carelessly, it responds with distance and volatility. When you treat it with reverence, attention, and love, it draws near and multiplies. Sacred money rituals do not need to be grand or complicated. Their power lies in consistency, sincerity, and energy. Lighting a candle before reviewing your finances declares that this act is important. Blessing a payment given or received infuses the transaction with expansion. Setting aside time each week to write out financial dreams or to clean and organize your wallet tells the universe you are ready for more. The ancient practice to harness the power of money rituals begins now. For the next 7 days, create one small sacred practice around your finances. Choose something that feels meaningful, lighting a candle, saying a blessing, writing a prosperity affirmation. Perform it with presence, gratitude, and reverence. Watch how this simple act transforms your relationship with money, weaving a golden thread of sacredness through your everyday life. Money, like all forms of energy, loves to be honored, and it loves to reward those who remember that prosperity too is a sacred dance. In the bustling city of Alexandria in 312 BCE, a young merchant named Nico labored diligently in the spice markets. His business grew slowly, his efforts tireless, yet his wealth never seemed to expand beyond a narrow boundary. One evening, after another long day of trading, Nico sat in the shadow of the great lighthouse and met a traveling mystic who spoke of unseen forces. Sensing Nico's frustration, the mystic said, "You treat your coins as dead metal, your accounts as lifeless numbers, but wealth is a living spirit. Speak to it, honor it, and it will answer." Intrigued but skeptical, Nico decided to try. Each evening he began speaking gratitude over his small savings, thanking it for its presence, blessing it for its growth. He imagined his purse as a living ally, one that thrived on attention, respect, and encouragement. Slowly but unmistakably, new trade routes opened, more customers arrived, and opportunities he had once overlooked became clear. His wealth responded as if awakened from slumber. Centuries later, in the financial towers of New York, a young accountant named Olivia Monroe faced the same hidden law. Though skilled with numbers and formulas, she often felt disconnected from her money, a cold, distant relationship of calculation and obligation. No matter how much she earned, anxiety clung to her finances like a stubborn mist. One evening, after reading a book on energetic prosperity, Olivia tried something different. She began treating her bank account as a living partner. She checked it daily with gratitude, no matter the balance. She spoke to it as a friend, encouraging it, blessing it, thanking it for its presence. Within months, her financial life shifted, not just in numbers, but in the richness of new opportunities and a steady peace she had never felt before. You see, your bank account is not just a collection of digits. It is a reflection of your relationship with financial energy. It listens to you, it responds to you, it reflects back the dominant emotions, intentions, and respect you carry toward it. Ignore it, fear it, resent it, and it will mirror back stagnation and scarcity. Honor it, love it, trust it, and it will mirror back growth, flow, and abundance. Most people check their accounts with dread or detachment, treating the relationship as adversarial or mechanical. But financial energy, like any form of life, thrives where it is acknowledged and nourished. Money loves attention, not obsessive scrutiny born of fear, but warm, respectful, conscious attention. The ancient practice to build a living relationship with your financial energy begins today. For the next 7 days, greet your bank account each morning as you would a trusted friend. Open it without fear. No matter the number you see, bless it. Thank it for what it reflects. Affirm silently, you are growing, you are thriving, you are safe with me. Watch how this simple shift awakens a deeper flow in your financial life, as if an invisible ally has heard your call and rushed to meet you. Wealth is not cold, it is alive, and it has been waiting for you to speak. In the golden sands of Carthage in 205 BCE, a merchant named Cassius Liberius sought to build a fortune large enough to free his family from generations of toil. He believed, as most did, that wealth required endless seasons of waiting, years of slow trading, careful accumulation, cautious investment. Yet one evening, after sheltering from a desert storm with a wandering sage, Cassius heard something that cracked open his understanding. The old man said, "Time is a river with many branches. The swiftest path is not traveled by the strongest arms, but by the clearest vision. Collapse time, and what should take years can unfold in moments." That night, Cassius realized that the barriers he faced were not only external, but internal. He carried the silent expectation that prosperity must be distant, slow, arduous. His belief stretched time unnecessarily. By shifting that belief, by embodying the energy of immediate readiness, complete trust, and unwavering certainty, he found that wealth came faster, opportunities aligned sooner, and miracles once thought far away appeared at his feet. Centuries later, in the humming factories of Manchester, a woman named Eleanor Harper lived out the same forgotten principle. Struggling to grow her small textile business, Eleanor believed success would come one day after years of grinding work. But after studying the writings of philosophers who spoke of the malleability of time through consciousness, she began to experiment. Each morning, she acted as if her breakthrough had already occurred. She walked, spoke, decided, and felt from the energy of already done. Within months, what should have taken decades to achieve materialized with breathtaking speed. You see, time is not a rigid ruler of destiny. It is flexible, responsive to the energy you project. Most people delay their manifestations not because the universe demands it, but because their own belief systems hold abundance in the distance, tied to conditions and delays that need not exist. They think, once I have worked 10 years, then I will be wealthy, or once I suffer enough, then I will deserve success. And so life faithfully follows the timelines they impose. To collapse time in financial manifestation, you must embody the frequency of fulfillment now. You must eliminate the mental distance between you and your desires. You must stop waiting emotionally and start living as if the shift has already taken place. The ancient practice to collapse time begins now. For the next 7 days, choose one financial goal you hold at arm's length, a number, an opportunity, a lifestyle. Each morning, close your eyes and step into the version of you who already holds it. Feel the emotions of completion. Speak from certainty. Make decisions, however small, as that future self would make them. Refuse to delay your emotional readiness. Act, move, and breathe from the timeline where it is already real. Watch how the universe, sensing your unwavering signal, accelerates what once seemed far away, bending time itself to meet the version of you who no longer waits, but who has already arrived. In the golden sands of Carthage in 205 BCE, a merchant named Cassius Liberius sought to build a fortune large enough to free his family from generations of toil. He believed, as most did, that wealth required endless seasons of waiting, years of slow trading, careful accumulation, cautious investment. Yet one evening, after sheltering from a desert storm with a wandering sage, Cassius heard something that cracked open his understanding. The old man said, "Time is a river with many branches. The swiftest path is not traveled by the strongest arms, but by the clearest vision. Collapse time, and what should take years can unfold in moments." That night, Cassius realized that the barriers he faced were not only external but internal. He carried the silent expectation that prosperity must be distant, slow, arduous. His belief stretched time unnecessarily. By shifting that belief, by embodying the energy of immediate readiness, complete trust, and unwavering certainty, he found that wealth came faster, opportunities aligned sooner, and miracles once thought far away appeared at his feet. Centuries later, in the humming factories of Manchester, a woman named Eleanor Harper lived out the same forgotten principle. Struggling to grow her small textile business, Eleanor believed success would come one day after years of grinding work. But after studying the writings of philosophers who spoke of the malleability of time through consciousness, she began to experiment. Each morning she acted as if her breakthrough had already occurred. She walked, spoke, decided, and felt from the energy of already done. Within months, what should have taken decades to achieve materialized with breathtaking speed. You see, time is not a rigid ruler of destiny. It is flexible, responsive to the energy you project. Most people delay their manifestations not because the universe demands it, but because their own belief systems hold abundance in the distance, tied to conditions and delays that need not exist. They think, once I have worked 10 years, then I will be wealthy, or once I suffer enough, then I will deserve success. And so life faithfully follows the timelines they impose. To collapse time in financial manifestation, you must embody the frequency of fulfillment now. You must eliminate the mental distance between you and your desires. You must stop waiting emotionally and start living as if the shift has already taken place. The ancient practice to collapse time begins now. For the next 7 days, choose one financial goal you hold at arm's length. A number, an opportunity, a lifestyle. Each morning, close your eyes and step into the version of you who already holds it. Feel the emotions of completion. Speak from certainty. Make decisions, however small, as that future self would make them. Refuse to delay your emotional readiness. Act, move, and breathe from the timeline where it is already real. Watch how the universe, sensing your unwavering signal, accelerates what once seemed far away, bending time itself to meet the version of you who no longer waits, but who has already arrived. In the marble cities of Constantinople in 912 AD, a young artisan named Leandro carved intricate mosaics for the imperial courts. Though admired for his craft, he lived modestly, forever believing that true wealth belonged to a different class of men. One evening, while working late at the palace, he observed a visiting merchant, a man of modest birth but staggering fortune, moving through the halls. The merchant walked with a calm certainty, a quiet authority, a gracious ease. Leandro realized that the man carried wealth in his being long before he carried it in his purse. That night, a new idea stirred within him. Perhaps wealth was not something you acquired first, but something you embodied first. Determined to test this silent wisdom, Leandro began to shift the way he moved through his world. He walked with a steady pace instead of hurrying. He made decisions without second-guessing. He approached his work with the pride and precision of a man whose services were priceless. Though his circumstances did not change overnight, something deeper shifted. New patrons noticed him. Opportunities once closed began to open. The world responded not to his income, but to his new identity. Centuries later, in the shining boulevards of Paris, a young dressmaker named Juliette Laurent unknowingly applied the same principle. Though she barely scraped by sewing hems for wealthy clients, she decided one spring morning to live as if she were already a sought-after designer. She upgraded her workspace, even if modestly. She spoke with confidence. She treated every small order as if it came from royalty. Within months, commissions multiplied, and Juliette's reality caught up with the energy she had dared to embody. You see, wealth is not something you wait for before you shift. It is something you summon by shifting first. The world does not grant you permission to act wealthy after the money arrives. The wealth arrives because you first give yourself permission to act, and more importantly, to feel like someone who belongs in abundance. Most people remain trapped in a loop, waiting for proof before they believe, waiting for money before they act differently, waiting for recognition before they embody confidence. But manifestation works in reverse. When you become the energetic match for wealth, long before external evidence appears, the outer world must eventually organize itself to reflect your new vibration. The ancient practice to activate the wealth embodiment shift begins now. For the next 7 days, move through your day as if you already inhabit the financial life you desire. How would you walk into a room? How would you speak in a negotiation? How would you greet new opportunities? Don't confuse extravagance with embodiment. True wealth energy is not loud or showy. It is steady, grounded, sovereign. Make small but significant changes, perhaps in your posture, your decision-making, your language. Each choice you make from the energy of already there sends a command to the universe. Adjust the stage, the actor has arrived, and the universe, ever responsive, will. In the quiet hills of Tuscany in 1437, a young blacksmith named Matteo Rossi toiled day and night, his forge alive with sparks and sweat. Though his craftsmanship was praised by all who knew him, Matteo struggled to keep wealth in his hands. Each time fortune approached, it seemed to slip away through sudden accidents, unexpected debts, or poor decisions. One evening, over a shared jug of wine, an old herbalist listened patiently to Matteo's complaints and said softly, "You are not forging a future, my boy. You are repeating a wound. Heal the past, and the gold will stay." Those words haunted Matteo in the best way. He remembered how, as a boy, he watched his father lose their family fortune through betrayal and ruin, how he learned early that money was dangerous, fleeting, and bound to end in loss. Without realizing it, Matteo had forged not just iron, but an energetic contract with scarcity, one he honored more faithfully than any ambition he held. Centuries later, in the gas-lit streets of London, a woman named Eleanor Hart lived out the same invisible script. Though educated, capable, and hard-working, she always found herself on the edge of financial collapse. After attending a lecture on emotional wealth, Eleanor realized her pattern. As a child, she overheard endless arguments about money, absorbing fear, anger, and distrust like a sponge. Her mind had grown, but her energetic body still carried the scars. It wasn't a lack of knowledge or effort that kept her poor. It was the unhealed wounds of a childhood spent equating money with pain. You see, money wounds are not mere memories. They are energetic imprints, invisible programs lodged in the subconscious, shaping the way you think, feel, and act around wealth. They whisper through your decisions, skew your perception of opportunities, and silently dictate your financial destiny until they are brought into the light and released. Most people attempt to build wealth on top of these old wounds without clearing them first. It is like planting seeds in poisoned soil. No matter how diligently you work, the harvest cannot flourish if the foundation is compromised. True, lasting wealth begins with energetic healing. The ancient practice to heal money wounds begins today. For the next 7 days, take time each evening to reflect on your earliest memories of money. What emotions arise? Fear, shame, guilt, betrayal. Without judgment, write down any stories you absorbed. Money is dangerous. Wealth causes conflict. I am not worthy of abundance. One by one, bring these imprints into your conscious awareness. Then, for each wound you uncover, speak aloud a new truth. I release this story. I choose a new path. I am safe with money. I am worthy of wealth. Visualize these old imprints dissolving like mist under a rising sun. Feel the space they leave behind, space ready to be filled with trust, joy, and new possibilities. Watch how, as you heal the unseen wounds, your external financial life begins to reflect a new freedom. Not because the outer world changed first, but because you changed the energy within. In the glimmering streets of Venice in 1509, a merchant named Alessandro Vitelli counted his coins nightly with anxious precision. Though he traded in the finest silks and spices, Alessandro lived in constant fear that one misstep could erase all he had built. One evening, during a lavish banquet at the Doge's palace, he overheard a visiting philosopher speak of something he had never considered. True wealth is not stored in vaults or ships. It is stored in the field of consciousness, in an account no thief can steal, no market can destroy. The words unsettled and intrigued Alessandro. That night, walking along the canals under a silvered sky, he wondered if he had been looking for security in the wrong place all along. Slowly, he began to shift his focus inward. Instead of guarding physical coins with paranoia, he started cultivating the feeling of infinite wealth within himself. A quiet certainty that abundance was not earned moment by moment, but accessed, drawn from a deeper well. Centuries later, in the skyscrapers of modern Tokyo, a young entrepreneur named Akira Sato stumbled upon the same revelation. After a series of business failures, Akira realized that each collapse had coincided not with external events, but with an internal crash of belief, a hidden sense that his fortune was fragile, conditional, limited. When he began practicing daily energetic alignment with what he called his quantum bank account, his outer world transformed. Opportunities multiplied, unexpected investors appeared, and stability grew from a place that no market fluctuation could touch. You see, there exists within you a quantum bank account, a limitless reservoir of prosperity encoded into the very fabric of existence. It is not filled by working harder or waiting longer. It is accessed by tuning your consciousness to the frequency of abundance itself. When you believe that your source of wealth is external, tied to one client, one job, one deal, you tether your prosperity to fragile, shifting forms. But when you root your wealth in the infinite field, you become a magnet for endless channels of supply. The quantum bank account responds to certainty, to gratitude, to expansiveness. It does not recognize fear, desperation, or unworthiness. When you feel impoverished inside, no amount of money will feel safe or sufficient. When you feel abundant inside, even modest beginnings will multiply into greater realities. The ancient practice to tap into your quantum bank account begins today. For the next 7 days, each morning, close your eyes and visualize a vast, shimmering field stretching endlessly before you, a reservoir of wealth, opportunity, and creativity. Speak silently to it. I withdraw from my infinite account with gratitude. I am supported. I am supplied. I am secure. Throughout your day, act not from what your physical bank account currently shows, but from the vibration of infinite access. Watch how new sources of income, unexpected gifts, and seemingly miraculous solutions begin to flow, not because you forced them, but because you finally remembered the truth. Prosperity was never outside of you. It has always been waiting within. In the marble halls of Athens in 427 BCE, a young philosopher named Theon watched the bustling marketplaces with curious eyes. He noticed that some merchants, even with modest beginnings, seemed to rise effortlessly, their fortunes growing year after year like a river gathering strength. Others, despite great effort, remained stagnant. One afternoon, sitting under the shade of an olive tree, Theon shared his observations with his teacher, who replied, "Wealth is not a straight line, boy. It is a spiral. What you feed expands. Small energies, compounded with care, become forces too great to be denied." Theon pondered those words for months. He began to see the pattern everywhere. Small acts of generosity leading to grand alliances, minor improvements in craft leading to lifelong patronage, brief moments of courage spiraling into lifelong prosperity. It was not luck or magic. It was the invisible mathematics of energy, compounding silently but surely over time. Centuries later, in the emerging banking houses of Amsterdam, a clerk named Elias Vermeer discovered the same unseen principle. Working quietly behind the scenes, he began saving a portion of every paycheck, investing not only his money but his energy into the vision of abundance. Each small choice seemed insignificant at first. A single saved coin, a single confident decision. But over months, then years, these small actions multiplied far beyond what seemed possible. By his middle years, Elias had built a fortune, not through any one grand event, but through the steady, quiet compounding of intention, action, and belief. You see, wealth is not built merely by large gestures or sudden windfalls. It is built through the energy you invest daily, the thoughts you think, the emotions you cultivate, the actions you take. Each small deposit into the field of abundance spins the spiral higher. Each time you embody gratitude, trust, and vision, you increase the momentum of the spiral. Conversely, each time you indulge fear, scarcity, or hesitation, you slow it down. Most people live their lives unaware that their daily energy is either compounding or decaying. They chase big wins while leaking countless small opportunities to build momentum. They abandon the spiral too soon, mistaking slow beginnings for failure, unaware that true growth, like the seasons, is invisible before it becomes inevitable. The ancient practice to activate the wealth spiral begins today. For the next 7 days, choose one small action that embodies wealth energy. A daily gratitude practice, an act of generosity, a moment of boldness in decision-making. Perform it without expecting immediate results. Perform it because each act compounds. Each choice strengthens the spiral. Track your victories no matter how small. Watch how, as you add energy to the upward motion, your reality shifts. Not in chaotic leaps, but in the steady, exponential rise of a spiral that cannot be undone. Prosperity is not an explosion. It is a climb. Gentle at first, then breathtaking. Feed the spiral, trust its curve, and it will carry you higher than you ever dared to imagine. In the bustling port of Alexandria, in 276 BCE, a merchant named Dorian spent his days studying trade winds, market patterns, and the moods of buyers. Every decision he made was cautious, calculated, born from a fear of loss rather than a vision of gain. And though he survived, selling enough spices and silks to scrape by, he never truly thrived. One afternoon, he encountered an older trader named Leontius, known across the Mediterranean for his uncanny success. When Dorian asked for his secret, the old man simply said, "When the opportunity appears, I leap before fear can tie my feet. Wealth answers those who move boldly." Dorian realized that while he had been waiting for certainty before acting, Leontius created certainty by acting. Boldness, not caution, had opened doors that careful hesitation could never find. Centuries later, in the steel cities of Pittsburgh, A young woman named Clara Jenkins faced the same hidden dynamic. Working as an apprentice in a law firm, she hesitated whenever opportunities arose: promotions, investments, partnerships. She waited for perfect timing, perfect knowledge, perfect safety. Each time she paused, the opportunity passed her by. One evening, fed up with her own stagnation, Clara made a different choice. When a risky but exciting project surfaced, she said yes immediately. That single decision opened a chain of events that would launch her into a career and wealth she had once believed were far beyond her reach. You see, wealth responds to energy. It is not logic alone that moves mountains. It is vibrational force. Boldness is not recklessness. It is clarity married to courage. It is the willingness to move before external validation arrives, trusting the invisible bridge that appears only after your foot has already lifted. When you hesitate from fear, you close the doors that life briefly opens. Opportunity operates on its own rhythm, not waiting for your perfect comfort, not lingering for your exhaustive calculations. It flashes like a signal fire on a distant hill, asking only, will you move? Will you trust? Will you act with the energy of someone who expects to win? Most remain trapped in cycles of scarcity, not because they lack ability, but because their decisions lack the energetic force to command reality. They move cautiously, apologetically, waiting for guarantees, and in doing so, they broadcast uncertainty to the universe, and the universe reflects uncertainty back. The ancient practice to master wealth decision-making begins now. For the next 7 days, when a financial decision arises, whether small or grand, pause and check your energy. Are you deciding from expansion or contraction, from vision or fear? Choose the option that feels bold but aligned, courageous yet clear. Speak silently to yourself. I am the architect of my abundance. I move with the certainty that life rearranges for those who dare. Watch how boldness, not recklessness, but clean, grounded boldness, creates openings where hesitation built walls. When you move with the energy of trust and power, life mirrors your movement with opportunities, wealth, and pathways that the timid will never see. Boldness is the signal that tells the universe, I am ready. And the universe, hearing that call, responds without delay. In the crowded bazaars of Damascus in 1174, a young trader named Hassan spent his days selling carpets and spices, struggling to keep pace with more successful merchants. He believed that prosperity belonged to others, those born into better families, those favored by fortune. One evening, while closing his stall, he noticed an older merchant carefully studying the foot traffic around the square. When Hassan asked what he was watching, the old man replied, "Wealth does not hide, boy. It moves in patterns. Those who see the patterns find the portals others walk past." Hassan took those words to heart. He began observing differently, noticing when the crowd shifted, when certain goods became more desired, when unmet needs flickered like unseen lanterns. Slowly, he started positioning his stall in overlooked alleys where travelers lingered. He offered goods others ignored. In time, while competitors fought for crowded spaces, Hassan quietly built a fortune, not by chasing luck, but by spotting the prosperity portals others were too busy, too fearful, or too rigid to see. Centuries later, in the humming avenues of New York, a woman named Nora Hamilton discovered the same invisible law. Fresh out of university, she sought work in a city teeming with competition. Job postings seemed flooded, opportunities scarce. Yet Nora learned to look beyond the obvious. She volunteered at events, struck conversations in cafes, offered value before asking for reward. Opportunities unfolded not through advertised channels, but through doors she spotted and walked through, while others waited at locked gates. You see, prosperity does not arrive neatly packaged. It rarely announces itself. More often, it hides in the periphery, disguised as inconvenience, unmet need, unexpected conversation, or sudden challenge. Those anchored in fear miss these portals entirely, seeing only obstacles where opportunities bloom. Those tuned to abundance see differently. They notice patterns, openings, invitations that shimmer faintly until seized. Prosperity portals are not rare, they appear constantly, but spotting them requires a shift in perception, from rigidity to flexibility, from scarcity to curiosity, from assumption to awareness. Life is always speaking, always offering, but only those awake to subtlety can hear the call. Most people miss opportunities not because there are too few, but because they are looking for wealth to arrive in a familiar, comfortable form. They wait for permission, perfect timing, or obvious signs, never realizing that true portals appear when and where you least expect them, dressed as problems, disguised as chance encounters, hidden inside the folds of ordinary days. The ancient practice to spot prosperity portals begins now. For the next 7 days, live with heightened awareness. Move slowly enough to notice. When an unexpected offer arises, when a new connection forms, when an idea flashes through your mind, pause. Ask, is this a door opening? Lean into the unfamiliar. Follow the tug of curiosity. Act with trust. Watch how, as your vision sharpens, life reveals pathways that others walk past unseen. Prosperity is not waiting in the distance. It is shimmering all around you, here and now, in places only the seeing heart can find. In the ancient port city of Tyre in 961 BCE, a merchant named Eliab watched in despair as a shipment of rare goods he had invested heavily in was lost at sea. The loss devastated him, and he feared it was a sign that fortune had turned its back forever. Seeking wisdom, he visited an old sage who lived beyond the city walls. After listening to Eliab's story, the sage said, "Do not curse the tides. Sometimes the sea takes from you not to punish, but to rebalance what your spirit has outgrown." Confused but intrigued, Eliab began to reflect. He realized that in his rise to wealth, he had grown careless, fearful, and closed off to new possibilities. His energy had become stagnant, his trust in life replaced by rigid control. The loss, painful though it was, forced him to reassess, to shed the layers of fear he had accumulated. In time, he rebuilt, stronger, freer, more aligned, and his new fortunes far exceeded the ones he had mourned. Thousands of years later, in the brick-lined streets of Boston, a young entrepreneur named Henry Carter faced a similar reckoning. After a brilliant first few years in business, a sudden market crash wiped out most of his assets. Henry plunged into despair, certain he had failed, certain he had been punished for dreaming too big. Yet slowly, he noticed something curious. The collapse freed him from clients he had outgrown, ideas that no longer inspired him, and partnerships that drained more than they gave. The setback cleared space. It rebalanced his vision. When Henry rebuilt, it was not just with ambition, but with alignment, and his next rise was faster, stronger, and more fulfilling than the first. You see, financial setbacks are almost never random punishment. They are often energetic rebalancing in disguise. Life is always responding to your frequency, your growth, your hidden truths. When your energy becomes misaligned, when fear, stagnation, resentment, or ego outweighs your expansion, the universe, in its quiet mercy, intervenes. It does not destroy to harm, it clears to heal. It dismantles foundations that can no longer hold the abundance you are destined to receive. Most people view financial loss as failure. They curse it, resist it, spiral deeper into fear. But those who understand energy know that apparent loss often precedes quantum leaps. Setbacks are sacred signals, invitations to release, to reassess, to realign. The ancient practice to alchemize financial setbacks begins today. For the next 7 days, instead of labeling any difficulty as failure, bless it as rebalancing. When challenges arise, an unexpected bill, a lost client, a failed investment, pause, breathe. Ask, what is life clearing? What is it making space for? Lean into gratitude for the unseen correction taking place. Act from trust, not fear. Watch how, as you release resistance, clarity returns. New doors open, energy flows faster, and what once seemed like devastation reveals itself as preparation, not for smaller dreams, but for the wealth your spirit was always meant to hold. In the quiet gardens of Kyoto in 1568, a master calligrapher named Haruki spent his days painting words with an elegance that seemed to breathe life into parchment. His fame grew steadily, yet Haruki remained curiously untouched by the rush and clamor that gripped other artisans seeking fortune and recognition. One afternoon, a young apprentice asked him how he attracted such prestigious patrons without chasing them. Haruki smiled gently and said, "Water does not chase the riverbed. It flows because it is at peace. Wealth flows to those who do not grasp for it, but allow it to find them." Haruki's life was a living demonstration of a deeper law. Peace is magnetic. Amidst the frantic striving of others, his calm presence drew opportunities effortlessly. His energy was steady, open, unpressured, and the world responded with equal grace, sending abundance that seemed almost inevitable. Centuries later, in the roaring streets of New York City, a stockbroker named Caroline Ellis discovered the same hidden truth. Early in her career, Caroline lived in constant tension, chasing leads, forcing deals, grinding through stress-filled days and sleepless nights. Though she achieved some success, it came at the cost of her health, her joy, and her deeper fulfillment. It wasn't until she attended a silent meditation retreat far from the noise of the trading floors that she tasted another way of being. Upon returning, Caroline approached her work from a deep inner stillness. She made fewer calls but built stronger relationships. She stopped forcing outcomes and trusted timing. Within a year, her income doubled, not because she pushed harder, but because she became magnetic to the very opportunities she once chased. You see, the energy of peace carries an undeniable magnetism. In a world addicted to urgency and anxiety, calm is rare, and what is rare becomes valuable. When you radiate peace, you become a beacon to others. Clients, opportunities, and wealth are drawn to your steadiness, your trustworthiness, your certainty. People do not consciously think, "I am drawn to their calm," but they feel it. They feel safer around you. They feel clearer around you. They want to be part of your world. Desperation repels. Anxiety fractures. Calm attracts. The frantic energy of lack, rushing, pushing, panicking, tells the universe you do not believe you are supported. It sends a signal of mistrust, scarcity, and neediness. But when you cultivate peace within yourself, even when circumstances seem uncertain, you broadcast faith in abundance. You tell life, "I trust, I receive, I am already whole." The ancient practice to cultivate magnetic peace begins today. For the next 7 days, dedicate 10 minutes each morning to stillness. No phone, no tasks, no external demands. Simply sit, breathe, and anchor into the feeling that all is well. Throughout the day, whenever tension rises, return to that still point within. Act not from reaction, but from rooted calm. Watch how the world responds. Watch how doors open with less effort, how wealth finds you in unexpected ways. In peace, you stop chasing. In peace, you start attracting. In peace, you become the quiet, unstoppable current that carries all things to you in perfect time. In the ancient markets of Babylon in 567 BCE, a merchant named Hadad labored to grow his trade in precious stones. Though he was skilled and ambitious, he often found himself exhausted, drained, and beset by setbacks that seemed to appear from nowhere. One evening, after yet another disappointing day, he sought counsel from a priest who was said to understand the unseen forces that governed life. After hearing Hadad's troubles, the old priest said, "It is not the stones that are heavy, young man. It is the weight you carry inside. Fear, anger, doubt. They steal your strength long before the world does." Hadad sat with those words and realized that even when his trade was going well, he lived with a constant hum of fear of betrayal, anger at competitors, doubt about his own worth. These emotions, invisible but potent, drained his energy, clouded his decisions, and repelled the very prosperity he worked so hard to earn. Centuries later, in the steam-driven cities of London, a woman named Margaret Shaw experienced the same silent sabotage. Though she was a skilled craftswoman, she harbored deep resentment toward the wealthy and deep doubt about her own right to succeed. Each time she neared a breakthrough, a promising partnership, a surge of sales, something would unravel. It was not fate. It was the unacknowledged energy she carried, a vibration of conflict, mistrust, and fear, quietly dismantling her own progress. You see, wealth is not merely a product of action. It is a reflection of energy. Every thought you indulge, every emotion you nourish, charges your field either toward expansion or contraction. Fear freezes flow, anger corrodes connection, doubt punctures the vessel through which abundance wants to pour. These emotions are not harmless, they are costly. They siphon the very life force required to build, receive, and sustain prosperity. Most people believe that hard work alone can overcome negative energy. They believe that if they simply push harder, hustle longer, they can outrun the drag of fear, resentment, or shame. But energy precedes action. If the underlying current is poisoned, no amount of physical effort can compensate for the leak. Progress slows, opportunities slip, wealth remains a struggle instead of a natural unfolding. The ancient practice to heal energy drains begins now. For the next 7 days, observe your emotions like a silent witness. When fear arises, fear of losing money, fear of rejection, fear of failure, pause. Name it without judgment. This is fear. When anger flares at others, at yourself, at circumstances, acknowledge it. This is anger. When doubt creeps in about your worth, your ability, your future, recognize it. This is doubt. Then, without resisting or indulging, breathe into the emotion. Bless it. Release it. Choose a higher frequency. Trust, gratitude, compassion. Imagine sealing the tiny leaks in your energy field each time you do. Watch how your strength returns, how your clarity sharpens, how wealth begins to approach not as a battle to be won, but as a river flowing to one who is finally whole. Energy kept clean becomes power. Power kept steady becomes inevitable prosperity. In the fragrant gardens of Samarkand in 1426, a weaver named Arash spun fine silks for the caravans that crossed the deserts. Though his craftsmanship was praised and his business steady, Arash often found himself trapped in a quiet frustration. He earned just enough, but no matter how hard he worked, greater fortune seemed always slightly out of reach. One evening, under the silver light of the crescent moon, a visiting merchant noticed Arash's brooding and offered him a simple insight. You ask for wealth with one hand, but you close the other. Abundance does not force its way in. It flows where there is space. Arash realized then that while he prayed and planned for prosperity, his heart remained closed to anything that did not arrive exactly as he expected. He rejected small blessings, overlooked unusual opportunities, dismissed paths that did not fit the narrow picture in his mind. He was seeking abundance with conditions, not openness. And so, abundance passed him by. Hundreds of years later, in the neon-lit streets of Hong Kong, a young entrepreneur named Leona Chan lived out the same hidden pattern. After launching her design studio, she clung fiercely to a rigid vision of how success should unfold. The clients she wanted, the projects she imagined, the timing she demanded. When unexpected opportunities appeared, different industries, unexpected partnerships, she hesitated or refused, believing they were distractions. Only after a major setback shook her confidence did Leona begin to loosen her grip, opening herself to all forms of abundance, not just those she had predicted. To her amazement, wealth, recognition, and growth flooded in from directions she had once dismissed. You see, the universe is infinitely creative. Abundance does not always travel the straight roads you imagine. It often arrives disguised as a detour, a delay, an unexpected meeting, an offer you never considered. To receive truly and fully, you must be willing to surrender your rigid expectations and remain perpetually open, like a field that welcomes rain from any cloud, not just the ones it anticipated. Most people unknowingly block their blessings by insisting they come in a certain form. They narrow the channels through which prosperity can flow. They decide abundance must arrive through a salary, a specific client, a particular strategy. And if it comes differently, they miss it entirely. In doing so, they walk past open doors while staring at walls. The ancient practice to step into infinite receiving mode begins today. For the next 7 days, declare each morning, I am open to abundance from expected and unexpected sources. I trust the form it chooses. When opportunities, gifts, or blessings appear, even small ones, even imperfect ones, receive them with full gratitude. Say yes more often. Trust the mysterious currents that carry good beyond your immediate understanding. Watch how the universe, sensing your expanded openness, floods your life with riches you could not have scripted. True wealth flows not to those who demand, but to those who allow. To those whose hearts remain forever open, forever welcoming the endless gifts life is eager to give. In the bustling city of Cairo in 1185, a young merchant named Yusuf tirelessly worked from sunrise to midnight, hauling goods, bartering loudly, and rushing from one end of the bazaar to the other. Yet despite his tireless efforts, his fortunes barely budged. One evening, while resting in a shaded corner of the market, Yusuf watched an older merchant named Malik, who sat calmly beside a modest stall. Malik barely raised his voice, barely lifted a finger, yet customers flocked to him like birds to a fountain. Bewildered, Yusuf approached and asked how Malik succeeded with so little effort. The old merchant smiled and said, "You chase gold with your hands. I draw it with my energy." That simple statement unraveled everything Yusuf thought he knew about wealth. Over time, he observed how Malik moved through the day, calm, confident, expectant. His very presence radiated a vibration of abundance, while Yusuf's frantic energy reeked of scarcity. It was not the busyness that attracted wealth, but the unseen frequency he carried. Centuries later, in the glass towers of Singapore, a woman named Aisha Tan lived out the same unseen principle. Early in her career, she believed that long hours and endless hustle were the keys to fortune. She outworked everyone around her, yet saw others, seemingly less frantic, achieve success with grace and ease. Only after immersing herself in teachings on energetic wealth did Aisha realize the deeper game being played. Money was not responding to sheer labor, but to vibration, to the inner energy behind every action. You see, money is not a reward for suffering. It is not handed to the busiest, the most exhausted, or the most desperate. It moves according to resonance. It flows to those whose energy, their thoughts, feelings, beliefs, match the frequency of abundance. When you live in gratitude, trust, joy, and sufficiency, you emit a magnetic signal that pulls wealth toward you, often with surprising ease. When you live in fear, desperation, resentment, or exhaustion, you broadcast scarcity, and the universe mirrors it back in kind. Effort has its place, but it is not primary. Vibration comes first. Actions taken from a high, aligned energy amplify results. Actions taken from fear or lack dissipate energy. no matter how intense the labor. Most people live trapped in the belief that they must earn wealth through toil and struggle. They believe the harder they push, the more they will receive. Yet often, the more frantically they chase, the further wealth recedes, because their vibration signals lack, not sufficiency, fear, not trust. The ancient practice to shift into the vibration game begins today. For the next 7 days, before any action related to money, whether working, selling, investing, or speaking, pause. Check your energy. Ask, am I moving from abundance or fear? Choose to align first. Breathe deeply. Recall your vision. Embody gratitude. Then act. Watch how the quality of your results changes. Watch how money finds you more effortlessly, not because you tried harder, but because you finally played the true game, tuning your vibration first and letting effort become an expression of your overflowing magnetic energy. In the lively trading city of Carthage in 276 BCE, a young merchant named Samir dreamed of expanding his modest stall into a sprawling emporium. Yet each day he hesitated. His neighbors laughed at his ambitions, pointing to his modest earnings, his lack of wealthy patrons, his humble background. One night under the starlit sky, an old traveler visited his stall and, seeing the spark of frustration in Samir's eyes, said, "The world does not wait to see proof before it follows belief. Declare your wealth first, and reality will scramble to catch up." Samir took those words to heart. The very next day he behaved as though his grand emporium already existed. He spoke of expansion to anyone who would listen. He treated his small stall as if it were the centerpiece of the marketplace. He invested energy, pride, and certainty into every interaction. Within months, what seemed impossible began unfolding. Unexpected allies appeared, new opportunities surfaced, and his business grew, not because he waited for signs of success, but because he declared it into being before the evidence arrived. Centuries later, in the thriving city of Chicago, a woman named Ruth Ellis repeated the same pattern in her own time. Struggling to grow her design firm, Ruth made a choice one quiet Sunday evening. She decided she would no longer describe herself as trying to make it. She declared to herself, to others, and to the universe that she was already running a thriving, influential agency. Every conversation, every email, every action reflected that certainty. She spoke from where she intended to be, not from where she currently stood. As if drawn by a magnet, clients, collaborations, and opportunities aligned almost as if overnight. You see, reality follows energy, not the other way around. Most people believe they must wait for proof, a bigger bank account, more clients, a title, applause, before they allow themselves to believe they are wealthy, successful, worthy. But this sequence delays everything. Energy creates matter, not the reverse. Declaring wealth before evidence is not delusion, it is creation. It is stepping into the timeline of your desires and pulling reality toward it through the sheer power of conviction. When you wait for proof before you believe, you send a message of doubt and hesitation into the field. The universe reflects that hesitation back to you. When you declare with full heart, "I am wealthy, I am abundant, I am thriving," even when your physical circumstances have not yet caught up, you broadcast a clear magnetic frequency that bends reality around your command. The ancient practice of declaration begins now. For the next 7 days, speak as if your financial dreams have already manifested. Write out declarations every morning. "I am prosperous. I am a magnet for wealth. I live in financial freedom." Feel the truth of these words even before physical proof appears. Act as the person who already lives this reality. Watch how life, sensing your unwavering declaration, reorganizes itself. Opportunities, resources, and allies will rise to meet the identity you have chosen, not the circumstances you have observed. Wealth responds to clarity, conviction, and the boldness to believe before seeing always. In the mountainous villages of the Andes in 1524, a young herder named Mateo dreamed of building a thriving wool trading business. Yet from where he stood, surrounded by rocky fields and modest herds, the dream felt impossibly distant. One evening, while sitting by a crackling fire, an old trader passing through the village shared a quiet truth. You do not leap to the top of the mountain. You climb it step by step, each step lifting your energy higher. Wealth is no different. It rises to meet the one who ascends with patience and power. Mateo realized then that he had been waiting for one massive, life-altering opportunity to lift him instantly to success. But the real path was slower, subtler, more intentional. Each small sale, each new connection, each confident decision was a step on the vibrational ladder toward the abundant life he envisioned. He didn't have to wait for a miracle. He had to climb, one energetic rung at a time. Centuries later, in the bustling streets of New York City, a young artist named Claire Weston found herself facing the same lesson. For years, she dreamed of selling her paintings for thousands, of exhibiting in prestigious galleries, but her energy remained locked in frustration and comparison. Everything shifted the day she stopped focusing on the summit and started climbing her vibrational ladder, feeling wealthy when selling even one modest print, celebrating every small exposure, embodying success at every level. As her energy stabilized higher and higher, the world reflected her ascent. Small shows led to larger ones. Modest buyers became powerful patrons. Step by step, wealth became inevitable. You see, wealth is not a sudden event. It is a vibrational journey. Every day, every choice, every thought either climbs you higher or holds you in place. The universe meets you at your energetic level, not your verbal wishes. If you vibrate in frustration, bitterness, and impatience, you stay anchored to scarcity, no matter how grand your goals. But if you vibrate in gratitude, certainty, and celebration at every small win, you climb steadily into realities where greater and greater abundance naturally exists. The mistake many make is trying to jump too far, too fast, and collapsing into despair when the outer world doesn't immediately shift. They curse the ladder itself, unaware that each energetic elevation, however small, compounds over time into unstoppable momentum. The ancient practice of climbing the vibrational wealth ladder begins today. For the next 7 days, treat every positive financial event, no matter how small, as a major victory. Celebrate the small sale. Feel the gratitude for the unexpected discount. Radiate pride when you save a few extra dollars. Each time you honor a small step, you step onto a higher rung energetically. Watch how, as you stabilize higher and higher emotional frequencies, trust, appreciation, worthiness, life brings new opportunities within reach. You do not climb by force. You climb by matching the energy of the next step, trusting that each new level builds upon the last. Wealth is not a destination. It is a steady, sacred ascent, rung by energetic rung. In the bustling marketplaces of Alexandria in 331 BCE, a young merchant named Leontis watched opportunity after opportunity pass him by. He would hear rumors of goods arriving by ship, rare spices fetching extraordinary prices, new trade routes opening. Yet by the time he decided to act, others had already moved, claimed the treasures, and made their fortunes. One evening, an older merchant, observing Leontis's hesitation, said simply, "Money moves with speed, not with waiting. Inspired energy fades, if not honored. Act when the wind fills your sails, or drift you will." Leontis realized that opportunity was not a patient guest. It was a fleeting doorway, a living current that rewarded those who trusted their instincts and moved swiftly when the pulse of inspiration struck. From that day forward, Leontis changed. When a good idea arrived, he acted immediately. When a chance meeting suggested a partnership, he reached out without delay. His fortunes turned, not because he worked harder, but because he aligned with the natural velocity of abundance. Centuries later, in the vibrant streets of Buenos Aires, a young woman named Sofia Marquez experienced the same hidden truth. As an aspiring entrepreneur, she spent months analyzing, second-guessing, waiting for perfect certainty before taking even small steps. Opportunities came and went, leaving her stagnant and frustrated. Everything changed the moment she made a decision. When inspiration struck, she would move within hours, not days. She would honor the energy while it was fresh. New clients appeared. Unexpected collaborations formed. Sophia's world blossomed at a speed she once thought impossible, because she stopped waiting and started dancing with the living current of wealth. You see, money, like life itself, loves speed. It responds to decisive energy, to swift movement, to immediate honoring of inspiration. When you delay, caught in overthinking, fear, or perfectionism, the energy weakens. The window narrows. The momentum that could have carried you into new realities fades into the background. Speed is not recklessness, it is trust. It is the knowing that when true inspiration strikes, that electric pull, that sudden clarity, it is life handing you the thread of a new reality. Your job is not to question endlessly. Your job is to move, to weave, to honor the moment before it vanishes. Most people miss their wealth not because they lack ideas or opportunities, but because they hesitate. They wait for conditions to be perfect, for guarantees to be in place, for fear to subside. Yet the very act of delaying sends a signal of distrust into the field, and life, ever responsive, pulls back its gifts. The ancient practice of honoring inspired energy begins today. For the next 7 days, when an inspired idea strikes, an opportunity, a contact, a bold move, commit to taking one action within 24 hours. It need not be massive. A call, an email, a simple step forward is enough to signal readiness. Watch how, as you move with speed and trust, life accelerates around you. Watch how doors open not slowly, but swiftly, in response to your willingness to dance with the energy when it calls. Wealth moves fast, not because it is rushing, but because it is alive. Match its aliveness, and it will find you again and again. In the thriving port of Venice in 1483, a young merchant named Marco Lucetti found himself trapped at a modest level of success. Though his trade routes were steady and his reputation good, his fortunes remained small compared to others who, seemingly overnight, built empires. Frustrated, Marco sought the advice of an older merchant known for his vast networks and endless wealth. Over a shared meal, the old man leaned in and said, "You are tending a garden fit for a courtyard, but you dream of feeding a city. Expand your field, and life will fill it." Marco realized that he had been working with the same energy, the same vision, the same limited expectations that once served him, but no longer could. If he wanted larger outcomes, he needed to become energetically larger, not in arrogance, but in capacity, not in effort, but in expansion. Centuries later, in the glimmering skylines of New York, a young tech entrepreneur named Darren Wells repeated the same energetic truth. Darren's startup was profitable, but only just. He dreamed of scaling to millions, but continued operating from the mindset and habits of a small, fragile business. After attending a seminar on energetic wealth, he understood. To scale externally, he first had to scale internally. He began thinking bigger, expecting more, preparing systems to handle not dozens, but thousands of clients. His energy stretched to hold more, and swiftly the outer world responded. You see, wealth is not something you chase down and capture. It is something you allow to flow into the space you have prepared within yourself. Your wealth field, the vibrational and energetic space you occupy, sets the limits of what life can deliver to you. Small field, small results. Expanded field, expanded results. Many people believe they will grow their energy once life gives them more. They wait for a promotion before they think like a leader. They wait for a windfall before they manage money like a steward. They wait for proof before they stretch their spirit. But the universe operates by different laws. First, you expand. Then you receive. Scaling wealth energetically means making decisions, setting intentions, and embodying behaviors today that belong to the larger version of yourself. It means no longer managing pennies with fear, but managing small resources with the confidence of a future millionaire. It means upgrading the way you think about time, investments, partnerships, and personal worth long before external circumstances demand it. The ancient practice to expand your wealth field begins today. For the next 7 days, ask yourself each morning, what would the larger version of me do today? Would they negotiate differently, plan further ahead, delegate more wisely, dream more daringly? Choose one action, no matter how small, that reflects the energetic reality you are stepping into. Watch how, as you expand your field with trust and intention, life rushes in to fill the space you have created. Wealth does not flow to those who are merely ready for more work. It flows to those who are ready to hold more, energetically, emotionally, structurally. Expand the vessel, and abundance will have no choice but to pour in. In the royal courts of Persia in 539 BCE, a young scribe named Cyrus labored to master every strategy for advancement. He studied trade routes, memorized diplomatic codes, and perfected negotiation tactics. Yet despite his skill, he remained overlooked, his ambitions stalling before they could take flight. One evening, while copying scrolls in the Grand Library, an elder counselor approached him and said, "You chase strategy as if it holds the key. But first, you must carry the vibration of one who is ready. Without the right frequency, no strategy can open the door." Cyrus pondered this cryptic advice and slowly began to see the truth. His strategies were impeccable, but his energy was rooted in fear, impatience, and self-doubt. No matter how clever his plans, he vibrated with the frequency of someone who did not believe he belonged in greater circles. The outer world responded faithfully to that inner signal, withholding what he sought until his energy shifted. Centuries later, in the gleaming business towers of Shanghai, a woman named Lian Chen repeated this ancient pattern. Armed with the best education and the most detailed business plans, she found herself struggling to attract investors and opportunities. It wasn't until she attended a workshop on energetic leadership that she understood. Strategy was secondary. Her first task was to become a match for success internally. As she began embodying confidence, worthiness, and certainty, even before evidence appeared, strategies that once seemed to fail suddenly bloomed into results. You see, the new rules of prosperity are not rooted in action first, but in energy first. The old paradigm taught that with enough tactics, enough hard work, and enough perfect planning, success would be guaranteed. Yet over and over, life shows a different law. Frequency first, strategy second. Your vibration sets the stage for how your strategies will perform. When you vibrate at scarcity, doubt, or fear, even the best plans collapse. When you vibrate at abundance, trust, and clarity, even imperfect strategies bear fruit. Strategy is important, yes, but it is the scaffolding, not the foundation. Without the proper energetic frequency, strategy is like planting seeds in frozen soil. Nothing takes root, no matter how carefully placed. But when your energy is fertile, even modest plans grow wild with possibility. Most people pour endless energy into adjusting their actions without ever adjusting their being. They change jobs, rebrand businesses, launch new offers, study new techniques, all while carrying the same limited frequency. They wonder why nothing shifts, not realizing they are dragging old energy into new spaces. The ancient practice to reverse this cycle begins now. For the next 7 days, before making any strategic move, launching, negotiating, investing, pause. Center yourself. Feel the frequency you are holding. Ask, am I moving from abundance, trust, and expansion? If not, realign first, then act. Watch how, when energy leads and strategy follows, doors swing open that once stayed stubbornly shut. In the new world of prosperity, it is not the clever who succeed first. It is the aligned. Frequency first, strategy second, always. In the marble cities of Rome in 85 BCE, a young merchant named Antonius built a modest trade in olive oil and fine cloth. His business was steady, his reputation good, yet no matter how much fortune brushed against him, Antonius found his earnings returning to the same narrow range. One season he would gain, the next he would lose. It was as if an invisible hand kept resetting his fortunes to a familiar place. One afternoon, an older trader, watching Antonius lament his plateau, offered a simple but powerful insight. You have set a table only large enough for small feasts. If you wish to dine grandly, you must first build a bigger table in your mind. Antonius understood. His external results mirrored an internal set point, an unconscious limit on what he believed he could hold, deserve, and sustain. Until that set point changed, no amount of effort could permanently raise his fortunes. Centuries later, in the bustling financial districts of London, a woman named Catherine Moore faced the same invisible ceiling. Despite consistent promotions and increasing income, she always found a way to bring her bank balance back down. An unexpected expense, an impulsive splurge, a bad investment. After attending a seminar on subconscious wealth, Catherine realized she had a financial thermostat set to a level of just enough. Until she raised it, any surge in wealth would be temporary. You see, every person carries a money set point, a deeply ingrained energetic limit shaped by childhood conditioning, emotional experiences, and long-repeated beliefs. This set point dictates what feels normal, safe, and expected in your financial life. It operates silently, regulating your behaviors, decisions, and opportunities to maintain a familiar energetic balance. When you rise above your set point temporarily, the subconscious mind, craving safety through familiarity, often sabotages the gains to return you to the old baseline. This is not because you are lazy, unlucky, or undeserving. It is because the body and mind prioritize familiarity over expansion, unless consciously retrained. The good news is that your money set point is not fixed. It can be raised, reprogrammed, and reset through deliberate energetic work and new emotional conditioning. You must normalize greater abundance emotionally, mentally, vibrationally, before it can stabilize physically. The ancient practice to reset your money set point begins now. For the next 7 days, choose a new financial normal. Perhaps it's a new monthly income goal, a new savings milestone, a new level of daily abundance. Write it down clearly. Each morning, visualize yourself living at that new set point, not reaching for it, but already inhabiting it. Feel the emotions of security, freedom, and worthiness that this new level brings. Throughout the day, act in small ways that reflect your new standard. Make decisions with the confidence of someone who expects abundance, not scarcity. Bless your current finances with gratitude, knowing they are expanding. Watch how, as you consistently align your emotions, actions, and beliefs with the new level, your external world rises to match it. You do not chase wealth. You expand into it. You raise the floor beneath your life until greater prosperity feels not extraordinary but entirely natural, your new and lasting normal. In the mystic courts of Alexandria in 244 CE, a healer named Selene was known not just for her remedies, but for the strange prosperity that followed her wherever she went. Though she charged little for her services, her life overflowed with gifts. Fine silks, baskets of rare fruits, generous offerings from grateful merchants. One evening, A young scholar asked her the secret to her unexplainable abundance. Celine smiled and said, "Money, like all things, is made of energy. And energy, when aligned with love and trust, performs what the world calls miracles." The young scholar struggled to believe her. How could prosperity flow without precise strategies or relentless effort? But as he observed her, he saw a different rhythm at play, a life where intention, gratitude, and unwavering trust created openings that logic alone could not explain. Centuries later, in the crowded cities of New Orleans, a jazz musician named Samuel Reed lived the same unseen truth. Samuel played for small crowds, yet every week, unexpected gigs, generous tips, and sudden invitations to prestigious venues seemed to fall into his lap. While others hustled in desperation, Samuel moved through his days with an almost childlike trust, believing that life loved him and that abundance was always near. His music carried a vibration of joy, openness, and generosity, and reality could not help but mirror it. You see, money and magic are not separate realms. They are deeply intertwined. The energy you carry about money, your joy, your openness, your certainty, acts as an unseen architect, shaping financial outcomes that defy conventional expectations. Where most believe miracles are rare, the aligned understand that miracles are natural expressions of pure, focused energy. When you align your frequency with gratitude, trust, and delight, you invite money to move toward you, not with resistance, but with joy. Unexpected checks arrive. Clients appear from nowhere. Debts dissolve. Opportunities once hidden reveal themselves effortlessly. This is not randomness. This is the magnetic power of coherent energy, allowed to do what it was always meant to do: create reality in your favor. Conversely, when you hold money with fear, anger, or neediness, you constrict the energetic flow. You push prosperity away without realizing it, building invisible walls with every anxious thought and every scarcity-driven action. The ancient practice to infuse magic into your finances begins today. For the next 7 days, approach every money interaction, spending, saving, earning, as an act of creation, not survival. Bless every dollar with love. Celebrate every receipt, no matter how small. Speak silently to your finances. You are growing, you are multiplying, you are blessed. Hold the energy of wonder, not worry. Expect the unexpected. Lean into the unseen with the certainty that miracles are not rare for you. They are your normal. Watch how, as your vibration shifts from fear to enchantment, money flows to you with a rhythm so graceful, so effortless that others will call it magic. But you will know it was simply energy, faithfully answering the song of your heart. In the marble courts of Athens in 347 BCE, a young philosopher named Demetrios observed the wealthy citizens who gathered at the public baths and markets. He noticed something peculiar. Their fortunes were not merely the result of inheritance or opportunity. There was something subtler at work. They thought differently. They spoke differently. They moved through the world with an invisible ease, as if wealth was not something they pursued, but something that naturally belonged to them. One afternoon, his mentor explained, "Wealth first lives in energy. The rich spirit acts rich before the gold is ever weighed." Demetrios realized that these men and women carried a frequency long before their treasures became visible. Their conversation spoke of possibilities, not limitations. Their posture embodied certainty, not desperation. Their choices radiated abundance even in the smallest matters. Their wealth was not merely material, it was energetic, and it preceded every outward success. Centuries later, in the bustling streets of Paris, a seamstress named Isabelle Durant discovered the same hidden truth. Though she began her career poor and unknown, she made a decision that changed everything. She would move, think, and speak as if she already belonged among the celebrated designers of her day. She chose her words carefully, speaking of future triumphs as if they were present realities. She walked into rooms with the quiet poise of someone who was already established. She treated her tiny studio with the reverence of a grand atelier. Within a few short years, her reality matched the energy she had carried long before the evidence arrived. You see, wealthy energy is not a product of external riches. It is the seed from which riches grow. The truly abundant think thoughts of expansion and opportunity. They speak words of trust, vision, and certainty. They move through life with a grounded lightness, a subtle authority that requires no announcement. Their energy tells the universe, I am ready, I am worthy, I am aligned. Most people seek wealth by adjusting only their actions. They hustle, strive, and chase without ever shifting the deeper architecture of their being. They continue to think thoughts of limitation, speak words of scarcity, and move with the vibration of fear. And so, no matter how grand their efforts, the world mirrors back the energy they carry, not the dreams they imagine. The ancient practice to embody wealthy energy begins now. For the next 7 days, notice your inner dialogue. Catch thoughts of limitation and replace them with thoughts of expansion. There are always more opportunities. Life supports my rise. Speak only from the vibration of trust, choosing words that affirm your vision even before it materializes. Move through your day with deliberate calmness, with the bearing of one who already belongs to greater abundance. Watch how life begins to treat you differently. Watch how opportunities sense your readiness and gravitate toward your orbit. Wealthy energy is not about arrogance or excess. It is about embodying the quiet certainty that prosperity is your natural state. When you think, speak, and move from this place, the outer world has no choice but to catch up with the truth you have already chosen within. In the ancient gardens of Babylon in 589 BCE, a young trader named Soren spent his days chasing wealth with a hunger that consumed him. Every sale, every negotiation, every coin earned was clutched with a kind of desperate need. Yet despite his relentless effort, prosperity slipped through his fingers like water from a broken vessel. One evening, an old sage resting by the Euphrates watched Soren pace and fret over a lost deal. He spoke quietly, "You grasp too tightly. What you chase runs. What you welcome freely stays. Wealth belongs to the one who can bless its coming and its going without fear." Soren did not understand at first. How could he loosen his grip on something he desired so much? But over time he noticed something undeniable. When he relaxed, when he trusted, when he focused on service instead of obsession, money came more easily. When he clung, panicked, or tried to force outcomes, wealth became elusive. Prosperity, he realized, flowed fastest where there was space, not suffocation. Centuries later, in the rising cities of San Francisco, a woman named Elena Santos faced the same hidden law. Building her first business, she clung tightly to every potential client, every invoice, every tiny success. She lived in a state of emotional captivity, constantly fearing that if she relaxed even slightly, everything would crumble. But the harder she clung, the more clients slipped away. Only after a deep personal breakthrough, when she detached her worth from outcomes, did everything shift. New opportunities flooded in. Bigger contracts arrived without frantic chasing. In releasing her desperation, she opened the gate to abundance. You see, non-attachment is not about apathy or lack of ambition. It is about emotional freedom. It is about desiring wealth, working toward it with love and clarity, but refusing to worship it, to hinge your peace or identity upon it. Detachment is the silent signal to the universe. I trust so deeply in my abundance that I do not need to chase, force, or fear. I am already whole with or without this specific outcome. When you grip tightly to money, fearing its loss, demanding its arrival, basing your joy on its movements, you choke the very energy that would bring it. You broadcast fear, distrust, and lack, and the universe, ever faithful to your energy, responds accordingly. But when you hold your desire lightly, firm in intention, soft in attachment, you create the perfect conditions for rapid manifestation. The ancient practice of non-attachment begins now. For the next 7 days, observe your emotional reactions around money. When a payment is delayed, when an opportunity falters, when results are slower than hoped, pause. Breathe deeply. Affirm, I am abundant now. This or something better is already on its way. Release the specific form, but hold steady to the feeling of inevitable prosperity. Watch how life accelerates when you stop chasing and start welcoming. Wealth loves to move into open hands, not clenched fists. When you detach, you do not lose power. You gain the greatest power of all, the ability to magnetize without effort, to attract without fear, to receive with effortless grace. In the sacred libraries of Alexandria in 284 BCE, a scholar named Thales devoted his studies not to the stars or the seas, but to the hidden forces that governed wealth. Observing the merchants, nobles, and laborers around him, he noticed something few others did. Prosperity was not random. It moved according to unseen principles, a silent language that those aligned with it seemed to speak fluently. One evening, as he penned his reflections by the dim light of a single flame, Thales wrote, "Money is not merely exchanged by hand. It is summoned by frequency, by thought, by unseen codes written into the fabric of the world." Centuries later, in the buzzing streets of Florence during the Renaissance, a young artisan named Lucia Benetti stumbled upon the same truth. Despite her masterful work, she struggled to gain patrons. Meanwhile, less talented peers seemed effortlessly elevated to wealth and fame. It wasn't until Lucia began studying not just the techniques of art, but the energy of prosperity that she noticed the difference. Those who prospered lived, spoke, and moved differently. They embodied certain energetic codes: gratitude, expectancy, confidence, generosity, that magnetized wealth to them, like iron filings to a magnet. You see, prosperity is not merely a result of hard work, cleverness, or circumstance. It is a result of energetic alignment with specific vibrational codes that the universe recognizes and responds to without fail. These codes are invisible to the physical eye, but obvious to the heart attuned to them. The first prosperity code is gratitude. Not occasional, performative gratitude, but deep, continuous appreciation for what already exists. Gratitude tells the universe, I am a faithful steward of blessings. I am ready for more. The second is expectancy. Prosperous individuals expect good. They anticipate opportunities. They assume success, not by arrogance, but by the deep knowing that life desires to flow abundance toward those who welcome it. The third code is emotional neutrality. Wealth responds to those who do not worship or fear it. They appreciate money, use it wisely, bless it as it comes and goes, but they do not place their soul's worth in its hands. They remain sovereign, steady, unattached. The fourth code is generosity. True prosperity cannot flow to those who live in energetic contraction. Those who share, even when they have little, expand their field. They tell the universe, I trust in the endless river, not in the single cup. The ancient practice of decoding and embodying these prosperity codes begins today. For the next 7 days, live consciously with these 4 energies. Begin and end each day with true gratitude. Expect success and open doors. Treat money with deep respect, but remain unattached to its fluctuations. Give freely, even in small ways, without fear or tallying. Watch how reality shifts to meet your new language. Opportunities will seem to appear from thin air. Solutions will reveal themselves. Wealth will flow with less friction. The universe is always speaking prosperity. It is waiting for you not to beg, but to fluently answer in its own tongue the silent, powerful codes of abundance. In the ancient healing temples of Delphi, in 432 BCE, a physician named Nicetas treated not only the body but also the spirit. He noticed that many of the merchants and artisans who came seeking cures for physical ailments also carried a deep, gnawing fear, a terror of poverty, loss, and ruin that seemed to eat away at their vitality. One evening, while tending to a trader plagued by sleeplessness and illness, Nicetas said, "You are not sick from labor or age. You are sick from fear buried so deep it has soaked into your bones." The merchant wept at these words, realizing for the first time that his constant anxiety over money had not only dimmed his joy but poisoned his very cells. Nicetas taught him to release the fear through breath, intention, and daily rituals of gratitude and trust. Slowly the merchant's health returned, and so too did his prosperity. Centuries later, in the concrete canyons of modern Manhattan, a woman named Harper Lane faced a similar invisible enemy. No matter how much she earned, fear clung to her like a second skin. Every bill triggered panic. Every investment opportunity stirred terror. She lived braced for loss, unable to enjoy even her modest successes. It wasn't until Harper discovered somatic healing practices that she realized her fear wasn't just a thought. It lived in her body, lodged in muscle, breath, and bone. Her nervous system had been trained by years of scarcity and survival to expect collapse. You see, financial fear is not always a logical calculation. It becomes cellular. It embeds itself into the nervous system, shapes your breathing, tightens your muscles, clouds your decisions. It becomes a vibration your entire being broadcasts. And the universe, ever responsive, mirrors that frequency back with matching circumstances of instability, limitation, and tension. Releasing financial fear requires more than positive thinking. It requires a rewiring at the deepest level of your being. You must teach your body, not just your mind, that abundance is safe, that expansion is safe, that receiving is safe. Most people try to think their way out of financial fear while their body still vibrates with survival energy. They wonder why affirmations feel hollow, why visions of abundance crumble under pressure. It is because the body must be included in the transformation. The ancient practice of releasing financial fear at the cellular level begins today. For the next 7 days, dedicate 5 minutes each morning to this ritual. Sit quietly. Place your hand over your heart. Breathe slowly and deeply. As you inhale, imagine breathing in golden light, safety, trust, abundance. As you exhale, imagine releasing dark smoke, fear, scarcity, contraction. Silently affirm, it is safe to prosper, it is safe to expand, it is safe to receive. Notice how your body responds over time, loosening, softening, strengthening. As you soothe the cellular memory of fear, you create new space for wealth to enter. Your very vibration becomes an invitation to abundance, written not just in thought, but in breath, in blood, in being. When fear is released at the root, prosperity grows naturally, effortlessly, inevitably. In the golden courts of Constantinople in 529 AD, a treasurer named Cassian spent his days counting coins, measuring wealth by the weight of gold and the size of vaults. Yet despite his careful calculations, Cassian lived in constant anxiety, fearing losses, envying those with greater fortunes, and feeling forever trapped by the finite numbers before him. One evening, while visiting a scholar of ancient wisdom, he confessed his restless fears. The scholar, smiling kindly, said, "You stare at numbers and call it wealth, but true prosperity is not stored in ledgers. It flows from an infinite well, untouched by counting." That night, Cassian sat awake, questioning everything he knew. Slowly he realized that he had imprisoned his spirit within the boundaries of numbers. Every coin he held seemed to whisper of limits, of scarcity, of endings. Yet life itself, the rivers, the stars, the fields, knew nothing of limits. They grew and expanded without measure. What if wealth, real wealth, was meant to be the same? Centuries later, in the fast-moving world of Silicon Valley, a woman named Amelia Grant faced the same revelation. After selling her first company for millions, she expected to feel safe and free. Instead, anxiety gripped her tighter than ever. She realized she was still living as if her worth could be tallied and threatened by fluctuating numbers in a bank account. It was only after studying the principles of energetic wealth that she discovered a greater truth. Real prosperity is not a static amount, but an endless current. When she stopped measuring her abundance by numbers alone and began feeling it as a state of being, infinite, expanding, inexhaustible, her life transformed. Opportunities, joy, and financial blessings grew not through striving, but through alignment with the infinite. You see, the energy of infinite wealth does not live in a number. It lives in the field of consciousness. Numbers, while useful for organization, are shadows compared to the living current of true abundance. When you measure your safety, success, or worthiness by numbers alone, you imprison yourself within artificial walls. When you move beyond numbers, you step into the real source, a flow that cannot be depleted, a river that cannot be dammed. Most people are taught to chase milestones, a certain salary, a specific net worth, a defined goal. They believe reaching these numbers will unlock the feeling of abundance they crave. Yet often, even when the milestones are reached, the feeling remains distant, elusive. Because the feeling was never truly tied to the numbers. It was tied to the frequency carried within. The ancient practice of embodying infinite wealth begins today. For the next 7 days, whenever you think of money, pause. Instead of focusing on an amount, focus on a feeling. Imagine standing under a waterfall of abundance, endless, renewing, overflowing. Affirm silently, my wealth is infinite, my supply is eternal, my abundance knows no limit. Watch how your relationship with money softens, expands, and elevates. Watch how opportunities no longer seem scarce, but abundant beyond measure. When you move beyond numbers, you tap into the true energy of wealth. A field so vast, so generous that life can only respond by overflowing your cup again and again. In the sunlit gardens of Thebes in 1485 BCE, a farmer named Nefari worked tirelessly to coax harvests from the soil. She prayed to the gods for abundance, offered sacrifices, and tilled the earth with devoted hands. Yet despite her labor, her crops often withered while her neighbors' fields thrived. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills, an old priest visited her farm. Watching her frustration, he said, "You do not need to pull abundance from the earth. You need only to open yourself. Like the river opens to the rains, you must become a portal, not a plow." Nefari realized that while her hands moved, her heart remained clenched in fear and effort. She worked as if abundance were something to be wrestled into existence, rather than something ready to pour into her life, if only she allowed it. Over the next seasons, she shifted her way of being. She worked with ease, trusted the rhythms of nature, and welcomed prosperity without anxiety. Her fields flourished as never before, not from greater effort, but from deeper receptivity. Thousands of years later, in the neon-lit streets of Tokyo, a businessman named Hiroshi Tanaka faced the same invisible challenge. Hiroshi strategized and fought for every deal, believing he had to dominate the market to secure his share. Yet he often found himself exhausted, frustrated, chasing opportunities that slipped away at the last moment. It wasn't until he began studying ancient energetic principles that he understood. His tight grip, his frantic energy, was blocking the flow of abundance he sought. Wealth was trying to find him, but he had closed the door. You see, wealth is not a trophy to seize. It is a river looking for open channels to flow through. The art of receptivity is not about passivity. It is about creating a field so clear, so trusting, so welcoming that abundance naturally pours into it. You become a portal through which prosperity moves easily, joyfully, continually. When you grasp, force, or live in constant fear, you constrict the channels. Life cannot deliver its gifts into clenched fists. But when you soften, trust, and stay open even when results seem delayed, you create the perfect conditions for wealth to move toward you. Most people work hard but forget to receive. They focus on effort but resist the ease of allowing. They ask for abundance but then block it with doubt, guilt, or feelings of unworthiness. They pray for rain but build roofs of fear above their heads. The ancient practice of wealth receptivity begins now. For the next 7 days, begin each morning by saying aloud, "I am open. I am ready. I welcome abundance in all its forms." Throughout the day, when an opportunity, gift, or unexpected blessing arises, no matter how small, receive it fully. Smile, say thank you, feel it land in your heart. Watch how life responds. Watch how gifts, ideas, opportunities, and wealth begin to find their way to you without struggle. When you become a portal, clear, open, trusting, abundance has no choice but to enter, filling your life with blessings beyond anything force could ever create. In the marble temples of Athens in 398 BCE, a scholar named Lysander sat among philosophers, questioning the nature of reality. He wondered why some men, born with little, rose to great fortune while others with every advantage remained stagnant. One evening his mentor leaned forward and said, "Reality is not a single road. It is a garden of paths. At every moment you choose which path you walk, not with your feet, but with your focus." Lysander realized then that wealth was not a distant prize handed down by fate. It was a timeline, one of many, waiting for his alignment. His choices, not only actions, but thoughts, emotions, and expectations, selected which version of reality would unfold. Centuries later, in the electric cities of New York, a woman named Maya Reynolds stumbled upon the same hidden truth. She worked 3 jobs, struggling to make ends meet, believing her financial destiny was fixed by her background. One evening, exhausted and desperate, Maya read about quantum theory, the idea that infinite realities exist simultaneously, waiting for observation to bring them into form. Something shifted inside her. She decided to act, think, and feel as if the version of herself who was already abundant were real. She stopped chasing wealth with desperation and began living from the identity of one who was already thriving. Within months, new job offers, unexpected promotions, and financial blessings appeared with uncanny speed. You see, reality is not a static structure you must climb. It is a living field of probabilities, shifting and shimmering with every breath you take. Every possible version of your financial life, scarcity, survival, stability, wealth, unimaginable abundance, already exists as a potential timeline. You are not waiting for your wealth to be built. You are choosing, moment by moment, whether to align with the timeline where it is already true. Most people unconsciously select their reality through fear, doubt, and old patterns. They wake up expecting the same limitations, thinking the same small thoughts, feeling the same tired emotions. They walk the same timeline because they choose it, not intentionally, but by default. Quantum creation demands conscious choice. You must choose your wealth timeline not with force, but with vibration. You must live now as the person who already inhabits that reality, thinking their thoughts, speaking their words, feeling their emotions, making their decisions. The ancient practice of quantum creation begins today. For the next 7 days, each morning, close your eyes and envision the wealth timeline you wish to inhabit. See it in vivid detail, not as a hope, but as a memory you are returning to. Ask yourself, how would I think, feel, and act today if I were already living this reality? Then do it. Small decisions, small shifts, consistent alignment. Watch how life rearranges itself. not slowly but suddenly in response to your unwavering focus. Watch how opportunities, ideas, and resources that belong to the chosen timeline appear. Reality is not happening to you. It is responding to you. Choose boldly, choose consciously, and your wealth will meet you on the path you have claimed. In the ancient libraries of Alexandria around 250 BCE, a mathematician named Callisthenes puzzled over the mysteries of growth. He studied how rivers widened with gentle persistence, how forests thickened silently over seasons, and how civilizations rose steadily with unseen forces at work. One afternoon, while observing a merchant who seemed to attract trade with little effort, Callisthenes realized something profound. Prosperity grows not from frantic action, but from a deeper, quieter current. Calm, he wrote in his journals, is the unseen architect of great fortunes. The merchant he observed never shouted in the markets, never chased buyers with desperation. Instead, he radiated a peaceful certainty, a groundedness that drew customers naturally to his stall. His inner calm acted as a silent generator, multiplying his prosperity without spectacle. Centuries later, in the rising cities of Amsterdam, a trader named Peter Voss discovered the same truth. While his peers shouted, rushed, and schemed, Peter cultivated calm. He moved deliberately, spoke carefully, and trusted deeply. Though his growth appeared slower at first, it soon surpassed others who exhausted themselves with chaotic efforts. Peter's wealth grew quietly but exponentially, nourished by an energy most others overlooked, the magnetic power of inner peace. You see, true wealth is not the product of constant striving. It is the product of energetic stability. Inner calm acts as a multiplier because it stabilizes your frequency at the level of prosperity. Calm says to the universe, I trust the flow of abundance. I am already in tune with wealth. I do not need to chase what is already mine. When you remain calm in the face of uncertainty, you hold your energetic field steady. You do not collapse into fear, you do not transmit doubt, and you do not disrupt the flow moving toward you. Instead, you become like a great tree, rooted, expansive, and naturally magnetic to all forms of prosperity. Most people unknowingly sabotage their wealth by oscillating wildly between hope and despair, excitement and panic. They pollute their field with worry after a single setback, undermining the abundance that was already on its way. But calm, deep, practiced calm, keeps the channel open, keeps the signal clear, keeps the universe delivering in response to your unwavering steadiness. The ancient practice of becoming a silent wealth generator begins today. For the next 7 days, choose calmness as your dominant wealth strategy. Each morning, anchor into stillness with 5 minutes of deep breathing, feeling the energy of safety and sufficiency rise in your body. Throughout the day, when challenges or delays occur, refuse to panic. Smile inwardly, affirm silently, all is well, abundance is unfolding in perfect timing. Watch how your world changes. Watch how new opportunities find you with less resistance. Watch how your influence grows, your decisions sharpen, and your prosperity multiplies. Not because you fought harder, but because you trusted deeper. Inner calm is not weakness. It is the master key to wealth that grows quietly, steadily, and powerfully beneath the surface, until one day it blooms into riches that seem, to the outside world, like miracles. In the thriving markets of ancient Nineveh in 705 BCE, a merchant named Zahir observed something he could not explain. 2 traders might sell the same goods, but one would flourish while the other struggled. Curious, Zahir spent years studying these differences. One evening, while speaking with a wandering mystic, he received the answer that changed his life. Wealth is not merely traded in coins and goods. It is traded in energy. There is an invisible economy, and those aligned with it prosper without struggle. Zahir realized that beyond the bustling stalls and shouting vendors, there was another marketplace, one governed not by bargaining but by vibration. He began to shift his focus from frantic competition to steady inner alignment. He cultivated gratitude, trust, and generosity as diligently as he arranged his spices and silks. In time, his fortune grew steadily, not because he fought harder, but because he had joined an unseen current that carried him forward with ease. Centuries later, in the steel cities of Pittsburgh, a woman named Laura Kingsley stumbled onto the same hidden field. Early in her career as an architect, she pushed endlessly, believing success belonged only to the most aggressive. Yet she remained stuck. One evening at a quiet networking event, Laura met a mentor who shared a simple principle. Success already exists at a certain frequency. Stop chasing. Start tuning. Laura began to shift her strategy from force to energy. She attuned herself to the feelings of abundance, creativity, and worthiness each day before touching her projects. Within months, clients sought her out without advertisement. Collaborations formed effortlessly, and her wealth grew as a reflection of her new, energetic membership in the invisible economy of prosperity. You see, the visible economy, the deals, jobs, contracts, is only the outer crust. Beneath it hums the real engine, the wealth consciousness field. It is an energetic network where opportunities, money, and success flow to those whose vibration matches abundance. This field does not recognize resumes, titles, or seniority. It responds only to energy, to the consciousness you hold about wealth, worthiness, and possibility. Most people never realize they are operating outside this field. They believe that struggle and scarcity are the natural laws of money simply because they have been conditioned to operate from fear, doubt, and separation. But the moment you shift your inner frequency, when you embody trust, openness, and certainty, you step into a different economy altogether, one where life moves faster, where wealth flows more freely, where success becomes a dance, not a war. The ancient practice of joining the wealth consciousness field begins now. For the next 7 days, align yourself each morning with the vibration of abundance. Feel it before you see it. Declare silently, I am part of the unseen economy. I move in the current of limitless prosperity. Carry this frequency into every interaction, every decision. Watch how the visible world begins to mirror the invisible shift. Clients appear, money flows. Solutions arise without struggle. You have not changed the outer market. You have simply tuned into a deeper one that has always been waiting for you to claim your place among its silent, abundant streams. In the grand amphitheaters of Rome in 78 BCE, a young musician named Tullius dreamed not only of composing songs, but of commanding great orchestras. Yet as he rose in fame, he noticed something curious. Some conductors seemed to control vast symphonies with a mere flick of the wrist, while others, despite shouting and sweating, could barely hold their musicians together. One evening, after a performance, an aging maestro whispered to Tullius, "Power is not in the motion, it is in the energy behind it. A true conductor moves not the hand first, but the field." Tullius understood then that mastery was invisible. The great conductors did not control with effort. They directed with presence, certainty, and unseen currents of energy. It was not the noise they made that shaped the music, but the vibration they carried within. Centuries later, in the innovation hubs of San Francisco, a woman named Danielle Yu discovered the same truth in the world of business. Early in her career, she hustled endlessly, managing dozens of projects at once, barking orders, pushing through resistance. Yet success remained stubborn and partial. It wasn't until Danielle shifted internally, learning to direct the energy of her teams, her negotiations, her own mindset, that everything changed. Without working harder, she achieved more. Opportunities came to her, teams flowed effortlessly. Wealth grew not because she forced outcomes, but because she had become the conductor of her own field. You see, prosperity does not respond primarily to action. It responds to energy. You are not merely a participant in the economy of life, you are a conductor of it. Every thought you think, every emotion you cultivate, every expectation you hold sends signals into the field, shaping the flow of money, opportunities, relationships, and outcomes. Most people attempt to create wealth by pushing harder, working longer, managing details obsessively. But the great creators, the true masters, move first with energy, then with action. They set the tone energetically, knowing that aligned energy organizes matter far more efficiently than frantic doing. To become a wealth conductor is to learn to move your internal energy with intention. It is to step beyond reaction and into creation. It is to speak, act, and choose from the frequency of the reality you intend to experience, rather than from the echo of your fears or frustrations. The ancient practice of becoming a wealth conductor begins today. For the next 7 days before making any major decision or taking any important action, pause, center yourself, feel into the energy you are broadcasting. Is it certainty or doubt, expansion or contraction, trust or fear? Then intentionally choose the vibration that matches your desired outcome. Move from that energy. Speak from that energy. Lead from that energy. Watch how, as you master this invisible art, the visible world obeys. Opportunities align. Resources gather. People respond not just to your words or actions, but to the silent command of your vibration. You are not at the mercy of circumstance. You are the conductor, and life itself is waiting for your signal to rise, to swell, and to sing the music of your wealth into being. In the ancient palaces of Babylon in 602 BCE, a scribe named Amari watched generation after generation of merchants rise and fall according to familiar patterns. Some families, despite hard work, seemed forever bound to cycles of debt and misfortune. Others, without greater effort, lived in continuous prosperity. Puzzled by these repeating fates, Amari sought out a priestess known for her wisdom in unseen matters. She listened patiently to his questions, and then said, "You are not only trading goods, you are trading energies carried from your ancestors. What is unhealed repeats, but what is seen and rewritten sets a new course." Amari realized that money was not just a present moment exchange. It carried the weight of old stories, beliefs about worth, survival, generosity, and fear, passed silently from hand to hand, from parent to child, from one generation to the next. Unless consciously changed, these energies shaped financial destinies far more powerfully than effort or ambition. Centuries later, in the towering cities of London, a woman named Eleanor Shaw found herself trapped in the same invisible web. Despite her education and determination, she faced constant money struggles that mirrored the hardships her parents and grandparents had endured. Only after attending a workshop on ancestral energetics did Eleanor realize she had inherited not only physical circumstances but energetic imprints, stories of not enough, struggle is noble, and wealth is unsafe. By bringing these patterns into awareness and consciously choosing to release and replace them, Eleanor shifted her entire financial trajectory. Wealth flowed in ways her family had once deemed impossible. You see, money karma is not punishment. It is repetition. It is the recycling of unconscious patterns, waiting patiently to be interrupted, seen, and rewritten. Most people live out inherited financial destinies without ever questioning where their beliefs, fears, and habits truly come from. They assume the struggles they face are personal failings, when in fact they are echoes of energies long carried forward. Collapsing money karma requires recognition and radical choice. It demands that you look honestly at the patterns you are living and ask, whose story is this? Is it truly mine? Do I choose to carry it forward? When you see the old narratives clearly and refuse to continue them, you collapse timelines of scarcity and open pathways of prosperity that were previously unimaginable. You become the pivot point through which generations before and after you are set free. The ancient practice of collapsing money karma begins today. For the next 7 days, reflect on your family's relationship with money. Write down the phrases, attitudes, and patterns you observed growing up. Notice which ones you are still living, even subtly. Then, for each inherited belief, create a new declaration. I release this story. I create a new legacy of wealth, ease, and expansion. Speak these declarations aloud each morning. Feel them break old chains and weave new threads of possibility through your life. Watch how, as you collapse outdated energy, your financial destiny rewrites itself. Not through force, but through the quiet power of conscious choice. You are not here to repeat the past. You are here to create something unprecedented, and it begins the moment you decide. In the thriving bazaars of Samarkand in 1278, a trader named Rami watched enviously as a few merchants seemed to leap ahead overnight, gaining fortunes and connections while he trudged slowly through the same narrow transactions. One evening, at the edge of the market, an old caravan leader noticed Rami's frustration and said, "They do not move faster because they are luckier. They move because they see the openings life offers, and they walk through without hesitation." The words stayed with Rami like a quiet drumbeat. He began to notice subtle moments that had once escaped him, a stranger lingering longer at his stall, an unexpected invitation to join a new trade route, a sudden inner nudge to approach a wealthy patron. These were not random. They were wealth portals, small shifts in reality where new timelines of abundance beckoned. Each time Rami acted swiftly and decisively when one appeared, his life expanded in ways no amount of grinding effort could have predicted. Centuries later, in the crowded cafes of Paris, a young artist named Lucille Bernard stumbled upon the same hidden law. She spent years struggling, attending exhibitions and networking tirelessly, yet true recognition remained elusive. It wasn't until she began tuning her awareness to subtle shifts. A chance compliment from an influential critic, an unusual invitation to collaborate, a sudden surge of inspiration, that she realized the opportunities were already around her. The portals had been opening all along. She had simply failed to see them or had hesitated when they appeared. Once she began stepping through these openings with boldness and trust, her career accelerated as if touched by magic. You see, wealth portals are not rare. They are constant. Life continually offers you openings into new levels of abundance, but they are subtle, quiet, easy to miss. If you are only watching for dramatic signs, portals often appear disguised as small conversations, as unexpected ideas, as feelings of being pulled in a new direction. They require sensitivity, readiness, and decisiveness. Most people miss their portals because they are waiting for certainty. They want guarantees before they act. Yet wealth portals are doorways you can only see clearly once you have already chosen to walk through. They respond to energy, not logic. They open wider when you move toward them with trust. Recognizing and moving through wealth portals demands that you stay awake, stay receptive, and stay willing to act even when the outcome is not yet fully visible. The old self clings to comfort. The expanding self steps forward into the unknown. The ancient practice of walking through wealth portals begins now. For the next 7 days, move through your life with heightened awareness. Notice when a small opportunity, a new idea, or a surprising invitation stirs something in your heart. Instead of hesitating, act. Even a small action, a conversation, a commitment, a follow-up, signals your readiness. Watch how, as you honor these subtle shifts, your reality bends. New pathways open, new timelines of wealth unfold. Wealth is not created solely through labor. It is chosen, moment by moment, by those who recognize the portals and dare to walk through. In the marble forums of Rome in 64 BCE, a young orator named Maximus dreamed of rising into the circles of influence and fortune. Yet though he studied tirelessly, networked endlessly, and imitated the gestures of wealthy men, his fortunes remained modest. One evening, an aging senator, noticing Maximus's frustration, offered a quiet truth. You imitate the outer forms of wealth, but inside you still feel poor. Wealth first grows in the heart, only then does it dress the body. Maximus realized then that the men he admired did not merely wear fine togas or dine at luxurious banquets. They felt wealthy long before their riches were visible. They carried a frequency of certainty, ease, and expectation that shaped reality around them like an invisible architect. He understood that if he wished to change his external world, he had to first embody internally the feeling of wealth. Not someday, but now. Centuries later, in the bustling avenues of New York, a woman named Elena Ramirez discovered the same timeless principle. Working long hours in a small graphic design studio, she dreamed of running her own thriving creative agency. But despite her skill and ambition, success always seemed a step beyond her reach. Everything shifted the day she made a profound decision to stop waiting for the outer signs of success and to live as if she already were the woman she aspired to be. She dressed with pride, spoke with confidence, celebrated her small victories as if they were great triumphs. The world responded swiftly. Clients multiplied, opportunities appeared. The external wealth arrived not to create her feeling, but because she had already chosen to feel it. You see, the art of wealth embodiment is the master key few understand. Most people wait to feel rich until the evidence appears. The higher salary, the prestigious title, the overflowing account. Yet this approach reverses the true sequence of creation. Feeling is the cause. The physical manifestation is the effect. When you wait to feel abundant, you delay abundance. When you feel abundant now, you summon it into form. Wealth embodiment is not about pretending or faking. It is about stepping into the emotional and energetic state of your desired future, so completely and sincerely that the universe cannot help but organize itself around your new frequency. It is about becoming the future version of yourself before any visible proof arrives. The ancient practice of wealth embodiment begins today. For the next 7 days, each morning upon waking, close your eyes and step into the version of you who is already living your wealthiest life. Feel it in your chest, your breath, your bones. How does this version of you walk, speak, choose? Then throughout the day, act in small ways from this state. Choose confidence over hesitation. Choose gratitude over scarcity. Choose expansion over contraction. Watch how life bends swiftly to reflect your new frequency. Doors open. Invitations come. Finances rise. Wealth does not arrive to make you feel rich. You feel rich first, and wealth, faithful to the law of resonance, arrives to match the song you are already singing within. In the illuminated halls of Alexandria in 271 BCE, a philosopher named Dorian spent his days pondering the forces that shaped the world. He noticed that while some merchants amassed vast fortunes, others struggled endlessly despite selling similar goods in the same crowded markets. One afternoon, as he discussed his observations with an elder mystic, the old man smiled and said, "They do not merely trade goods, Dorian. They trade their energy, their belief, their very essence. Money is not separate from them. It is an extension of who they believe they are." Dorian sat with these words and saw the truth in them. Those who thrived carried themselves differently. They were not just selling wares. They were projecting confidence, abundance, and value into every exchange. Their prosperity was not a stroke of luck. It was the visible echo of their inner being made manifest in the world. Centuries later, in the glass towers of modern-day London, A woman named Sienna Clark came to the same realization. She spent years building her business, treating money as something outside herself, something to be chased, earned, clutched. But no matter how hard she worked, the flow remained inconsistent. It wasn't until she shifted her mindset and began seeing money as an extension of her own creative power that everything changed. She understood that every dollar, every opportunity, every contract was a reflection of how much she trusted her ability to create, to expand, to receive. When she owned that, her income doubled in less than a year. You see, money is not some distant object you must hunt down or beg from the world. It is a mirror. It reflects the beliefs you carry about yourself, your worthiness, your confidence, your creative force. When you view money as something outside of you, you give away your power. When you realize that money is simply an extension of your energy, you reclaim your authority over it. Most people unknowingly separate themselves from their financial reality. They speak as if money is elusive, unpredictable, controlled by forces beyond them. In doing so, they disconnect from their power to create it. But those who understand the truth, that money flows from within, not from without, move differently. They do not chase, they magnetize. They do not shrink, they command. To own your creation power is to recognize that the same force that beats your heart and breathes your lungs can summon wealth as surely as it summons breath. It is to stop asking if you are worthy and to start declaring that you are the source from which prosperity flows. The ancient practice of reclaiming your creation power begins today. For the next 7 days, each time you handle money, spending, receiving, saving, pause and silently affirm, "This is my energy in motion. I created this. I can create more." Feel the deep ownership of that truth in your bones. Watch how, as you align with this knowing, money ceases to feel separate or scarce. It moves toward you with the ease of breath, the certainty of tides, the naturalness of life itself. You are not chasing abundance. You are the one generating it, because you always have been. In the fertile valleys of Mesopotamia in 2120 BCE, a farmer named Elior labored each season to grow enough food to feed his village. His harvests were steady but never abundant. One spring, an elder visited from a neighboring region and watched Elior at work. After a few days, the elder spoke, "You till the soil and plant your seeds well, but your spirit is tight. You ask for a small harvest because you expect only small blessings. Shift even slightly, and the river of life will pour more than you can hold." Elior listened carefully. He began to make small internal adjustments. Each morning, before he touched the earth, he offered a silent prayer of thanks for the abundance that was already flowing to him, even before it could be seen. He walked his fields with the certainty of a man tending riches. That season, his fields yielded triple their usual bounty. Word spread through the region of the farmer, whose fields seemed to answer his spirit rather than the weather. Thousands of years later, in the high-rise offices of Chicago, a woman named Naomi Foster lived out the same principle. Frustrated by stagnant sales in her consulting business, she believed she needed a radical external overhaul, a new brand, a bigger team, a major investment. Yet after a single coaching session, Naomi was challenged to make just one small energetic shift, to start each client call with the deep inner conviction that the sale was already closed, that the value she offered was unquestionable. To her astonishment, within weeks, her client roster tripled. Her revenue surged. The massive shift she thought would require years came from a small but potent energetic correction. You see, in the energetic realm, it is rarely giant leaps that cause quantum changes. It is often a series of small shifts, shifts so subtle the conscious mind dismisses them, that open the floodgates of abundance. A 1-degree change in direction eventually leads to an entirely new horizon. Most people seek dramatic external action to solve their financial frustrations. They think they must overhaul their lives, change industries, find a miracle solution. But in truth, the largest avalanches of wealth are usually triggered by the smallest energetic alignments. A deeper trust, a truer gratitude, a firmer sense of deserving, a quiet decision to believe in expansion instead of contraction. The ancient practice of initiating a wealth avalanche begins now. For the next 7 days, identify one small energetic shift you can embody daily. Perhaps it is blessing every dollar you spend instead of worrying about it. Perhaps it is speaking confidently about your dreams instead of shrinking them down. Perhaps it is simply beginning each morning with the thought, everything is expanding for me. Hold to your small shift with faith and consistency. Watch how momentum builds invisibly at first, like snow gathering silently on a mountain peak. And then, without warning, watch how life responds with a flood of abundance, as if the universe had simply been waiting for you to tilt ever so slightly into the path where miracles were already flowing toward you. Small shifts, massive overflows. Always. In the sun-drenched hills of Delphi in 384 BCE, a young philosopher named Callistus sat before the temple of Apollo, wrestling with the mystery of wealth. He had seen men accumulate riches and lose them overnight, while others, without great effort, lived lives of effortless abundance. One afternoon, a traveling mystic noticed Callistus's troubled expression and offered him a truth that would shape his destiny. Prosperity does not belong to those who chase it. It belongs to those who become it. Callistus realized that wealth was not a prize granted to a chosen few, but a frequency, a state of being that one could step into at any moment. It was not something outside to be seized, but something inside to be embodied. From that day he stopped striving in desperation and began living as if he were already prosperity itself. Calm, generous, assured. His fortunes blossomed not because he forced them, but because he had shifted into alignment with abundance. Centuries later, in the vibrant streets of Florence during the Renaissance, a woman named Isabella Conti came to the same realization. An artist struggling to gain recognition, she spent years in envy and doubt, believing prosperity was reserved for others more fortunate. Everything changed the day she chose to stop living from lack and began embodying the energy of abundance. She carried herself with grace, valued her own work deeply, and treated each small opportunity as a doorway to infinite riches. The city soon responded, and her life was forever transformed. You see, infinite prosperity is not something you earn through endless effort. It is a consciousness you step into. It is a way of being, a field you enter where abundance flows naturally, effortlessly, like a river to the sea. When you embody abundance, life has no choice but to mirror it back to you. Most people live with the vibration of not enough. Not enough time, not enough money, not enough opportunity. And life, hearing that vibration, faithfully creates circumstances to match. They wait for proof before they allow themselves to feel rich. Yet the great secret is this: when you feel rich first, before any evidence, the evidence must arrive. Reality has no choice but to align with your dominant frequency. Stepping into infinite prosperity is not about pretending or faking. It is about remembering your natural state, a state of limitless creation, generosity, and trust. It is about releasing the lie that scarcity is your destiny and reclaiming the truth that abundance is your inheritance. The ancient practice of living as abundance embodied begins now. For the next 7 days, start each morning with the silent declaration, I am infinite prosperity. I move through the world as abundance itself. Let this knowing shape your posture, your conversations, your decisions. Give freely without fear. Receive graciously without guilt. Trust deeply without hesitation. Watch how life bends to meet your new identity. Opportunities expand, wealth flows, support appears. Prosperity is not something you chase, it is something you become. And once you live as abundance embodied, the world must recognize, reflect, and multiply the riches you already carry within. In the sacred city of Thebes in 1412 BCE, a high priest named Amenhotep spent years overseeing the grand temples, the vast grain stores, and the treasures offered by kings and pilgrims alike. Yet even with gold filling the vaults and offerings arriving daily, Amenhotep often found himself gripped by an uneasy fear, the fear that the flow might one day stop. One evening, while meditating beneath a sky heavy with stars, a deeper truth stirred within him. The abundance outside is not my source. It is a reflection of the source within. In that moment, Amenhotep understood that true wealth was not the grain, the gold, or the gifts. True wealth was the endless river of creation that flowed through him, a river that could never dry up because it was not built from external conditions. It lived inside him, waiting always to be remembered, summoned, and trusted. Thousands of years later, in the glowing cities of Hong Kong, a woman named Lian Wang faced the same realization. After building a successful company, she was consumed with the pressure of keeping it all afloat, fearing that a downturn or a mistake could undo everything she had created. It wasn't until a quiet retreat in the mountains that Lian realized she had been giving her power away, believing her wealth was tied to markets, clients, or chance. She returned home with a new, unshakable awareness. I am the source. My energy creates, my vision sustains, my spirit multiplies. You see, the final shift in wealth consciousness is the realization that all abundance flows from within you, not from a paycheck, not from a client, not from an investment. These are merely channels. They are the reflections, not the source. When you awaken to yourself as the true generator of wealth, you step into a level of sovereignty so profound that fear can no longer govern your financial life. Most people live backwards. They look outside themselves, anxiously scanning for signs of support, opportunity, or rescue. They tether their security to external conditions, and in doing so, they live at the mercy of forces beyond their control. But the awakened soul knows that the field bends to the command of the inner world. Life rearranges itself to match the vibration of the one who remembers where true wealth begins. When you claim yourself as the source, you no longer cling to any one channel. You trust the flow. You trust your ability to open new streams, to summon new visions, to receive new opportunities. You move with quiet power, creating outward wealth by first tending to the fountain within. The ancient practice to awaken as the source of wealth begins today. For the next 7 days, speak aloud each morning. I am the source of all abundance in my life. I trust my power to create, to expand, to receive. As you move through your day, notice when you feel tempted to shrink, to doubt, to grasp. In those moments, return to your center. Stand tall. Watch how life responds, not as a favor, but as an inevitable reflection of the truth you now embody, that all wealth, all opportunity, all expansion flows first and forever from the source within you. And that source, limitless, radiant, eternal, is you.